Okay. How's everybody doing? We doing all right? Okay. Thumbs up. Hey, if you're still standing up, there are a couple seats. I would say come grab them. A couple over here too. We're going to get started here in a couple minutes, okay? Let's go ahead and grab a seat if we haven't already, okay? Hey, welcome back. Welcome back to day 2, and I'm using a hand mic, so I'm going to try not to do that up here. Again, Nick Rinaldi here for Army Applications Lab. We're excited to have you for day 2. Thanks for staying for day 2. I know it's hard. Everyone here is a busy person. Everyone here has work they're not doing so they can be here. And so I do appreciate it. We all appreciate it. It's important for the organizations that are trying to really tackle these subjects. So thank you. And thanks for spending your time, right? Because it all costs something. So thank you. I mean, you all tell me, but I think yesterday I heard a lot of feedback. Oh, everyone gives me good feedback because I'm up here. But if you have interesting feedback, we really do want to hear it. But what I heard from most of the breakouts yesterday, which I thought were super helpful feedback, was insightful discussions, engaging discussions, which was good, and we took a lot of notes, which was good. Did anybody get into an uncomfortable discussion, like a tough one? I heard yes. Yes? No. Yes. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate it. All right. Anybody else? Or is it all easy? Did everybody like, yeah, high five, we should be doing this. Why aren't we doing it? Okay. Well, if you did not, you should. Like that's what this is, right? We should be in tough spots, having a conversation with folks and challenging ideas and then seeking understanding. Like we should do that. And I want to do that with you, and I wish I wasn't emceeing. I wish I was doing that. But I'm really excited for what we're getting out of this, at least yesterday, hoping for today as well. So again, thank you for your time. You know, we talked yesterday, you know, throughout the panels, and you know, some of our key leaders that came up here. I think the Army and the DoD probably writ large is at a tipping point right now for human performance. We're at that kind of inflection where we gotta choose a path here and get going, because we've been working on this for a really long time. And so, you know, the approach, I think, is something that we're really concerned about and we're excited about tackling after this event. And kind of where we go, it matters for our Army, but really, like, everyone's got humans, right? So the DoD and everyone else in our society, so it's important. What I'll talk about here just briefly, since I got a little bit of time and there's no one else coming up here before the panel, is what happens after. So what are we going to do after this, right? Because this thing is cool and great and important, but what do we do once we're done? You know, because this is really like the start, not really the finish, right? So up front, we will have a LinkedIn group for folks that physically checked in to this event. We'll put you on in a LinkedIn group, closed group, so you can get in touch with those people that you met, okay? If you don't want that, you should have indicated ahead of time in your Eventbrite setup. You can come find us on the registration table outside. Hey, do not put me in that. Okay, please, what we do want to be able to contact you if you had good conversations here. We want you to be able to find those people later. Okay, that's important. That's for everyone. And then for the outcomes, right? So for the government folks, I'm sorry, there's like a lot of homework after this. We got a lot to do based on what information we collected over the last couple of days and the relationships that we made. So we're gonna do that a little bit before the holidays, and then through January, we're gonna do analysis on all the information that you all are exchanging with us, and the right kinds of analysis for that. And we'll distill it down into some recommendations for our decision makers. From there, our goal is to communicate back out to folks that attended, at least one, if not more, emails that indicate, at least at the high level, what our next steps are from this. So the things that you contributed to, what happens, what are we doing about it, so that you at least know. And then know how to get in contact with us to help with that. That's really the goal post-event. And so that's probably first couple weeks in February. So I'm sorry that's a little bit of time, but there's a lot of information that we're getting over these 2 days. And virtual meetings are hard, and so it's going to take us like probably about a month to work through that. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure everyone got at least a sense of what we're doing and how to gain contact after the fact, because that's really where the work comes in. This is exciting and good, but it's really just one event here that moves us into the next couple of steps. Okay. Couple admin notes up front. Today we'll conclude this part of this that we'll conclude with Lieutenant General Todd will be up here at right after our last panel before we break for lunch. And he would like to say thank you as well, and has a couple of points he wanted to talk through with you all. So we'll do that, and we'll go to lunch, but we're not going to come back here before we go to use cases, so there won't be this like mad rush of me like half giving instructions before you all leave. So after, once we break for lunch, the use cases is the next stop, and we got some feedback yesterday in terms of how that's going. Coincidentally, the 8th floor was really ended up having way more than 25 people in it, and the facilitators, kudos and hats off to them. They handled it because the staff lost control of that situation, but they handled it great. So we're going to have a larger breakout group today on the 8th floor for those that can't get into the other ones. So there should be no I'm left out scenario for you. Up on the 8th floor, we'll handle that with a couple extra facilitators. We'll make sure that everyone has a really good experience sharing and exchanging ideas. Okay, so there will be a spot for you coming back from lunch. And if you can't get into those first 4 here, the 3 on the first floor and 1 on the 5th, the 8th floor we'll be able to handle you. Okay, so that's good news there. Again, that'll start at 2 this time and end at 3:30. So there's some time for if people are traveling. There's time to do that in the evening, and so we're trying to be respectful of that. Okay, and then we won't really come back together after that. So during your use case, your breakouts, during lunch, and the breaks in between here, make those connections where you'd like to make them. That's important for us. I know it's important for you all. So find those people that you're looking for today. And again, if you're curious, let's see if I can do this. Okay, the schedule is on your badge. You got to do the QR code on the back, and then you're on the main page, you go down to your schedule, okay? And next time it's going to go right to the schedule, for sure. Okay, hold on. There's like 15 pages here, hold on. Okay, all right. Okay, so let's get into our panel. I'm done chatting up here. Any questions administratively before we get going today? Oh, perfect, good. Okay, all right, so panel today. Okay, so our first panel, data insight for decision making. I think this is gonna be exciting. A lot of people talk about this. I've been in a ton of Teams calls on this, and I love talking about it in person. But really the exciting panel here as we bring him up is hosted by our moderator, Dr. Alex Reiter, currently a research associate at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Alex is come on up, guys. Alex is a graduate from the United States Military Academy. Go Army. We're gonna, yep, this Saturday, right? Got to do it. There we go. Yeah, I like the jacket. Thank you. So Alex has served as active duty as an active military aviator. Recently transitioned as a reservist in the 75th Innovation Command, and is in the process of doing that, he decided that his passion was in biomechanics, and so he went back to school and got his doctorate. His active research is focused on using wearable technologies to measure human movement and function, specifically in terms of traumatic and overuse injury patterns. Please give a warm welcome to Alex and the panelists up here. Thanks all.
All right, thank you, Nick. It's great to be here. I'm kind of at home with this panel, so my job is to collect data and then try to make informed conclusions about that in my research. So I'm excited to introduce our panel. So we have 3 kind of diverse people here in terms of where they fit into the human performance / human health space. So Hameh Watt, sitting next to me here, is founder and CEO of Share Ventures. It's a human performance focused venture studio and fund based in LA. So they're backed by both premier venture firms and family offices, as well as large corporations like Google and Amazon. They also collaborate with the Army Research Lab in Los Angeles. And prior to Share Ventures, he has founded several companies and been involved with a number of different venture firms. So he's gonna have a unique perspective from that standpoint. Next we have Scott Davey. So he's the Chief Technology Officer at Aleo. So he leads their technical teams in developing their platform in smart patch wearable technology. So this is a patch that helps continuously monitor complications related to dialysis patients. So prior to this, he had 25 years of experience kind of broadly in the medical device world, a lot of that at Medtronic in Minneapolis. And he has created and led numerous teams to deliver innovative, complex, high-quality systems from kind of conceptualization to market to both revenue generation. And so he has a deep understanding of kind of the clinical aspect of where medtech fits in to this problem. And then last but not least, we have Mark Ray. He's the senior director at Teamworks. So broadly, that's a powerful collaboration operations platform that's currently used to help 5,000 professional and collegiate sports teams around the world kind of streamline their business processes. Underneath that company, they also have a company called Notemeal that's more focused on nutrition. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But prior to getting into kind of the business world, he retired with 26 years of active service in the Army, mostly in the special operations community. And then near and dear to my heart, he's currently working on his doctoral degree in exercise and sports science. So you can give him some encouragement after this panel as he embarks on that journey that most of us know is not easy. Okay, so I want to start, before we get into how do we make a decision with the data we're collecting, how do we define what data we want to collect? Because that's an important question. So this really ties into what Hamid does. So you've started and exited several companies at a VC firm. How do you figure out what to measure when you're making those decisions, and where do you start?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think I break it up into two things. One is product, which I think is relevant to everyone here. We're all looking at innovation companies trying to solve human performance problems. When we're thinking about it from an investment standpoint, we're thinking about team, we're thinking about partnerships, we're thinking about the market. And I don't know how many people know or are familiar with what a venture studio does, just to make sure everyone knows. Not many. So a venture studio is kind of a new term of art speaking to a firm that starts businesses. So that's what we do. We start companies from scratch. We find a problem, we go after it, we experiment a bunch. So for us, it's very important to be able to measure a lot at very early stages. And we try to codify that process, and then we try to actually quantify where even it's hard to quantify. So one quick example is understanding teams. A very important part of any investment thesis. For us, we look at whether or not we can build the team required to execute, and we score that. We say, we think we can hire the right kind of computer vision scientists, for example, to be able to build this kind of technology. And if we can't score that well, we can't find that well, that actually informs how we deploy resources. And we do that at multiple stages across a lot of different work streams to figure out whether we have something we can spend a lot of time and money on.
Okay, so you talked a lot about people there. So like the Army's current mantra is people first.
Yeah.
So how do you balance, when you're making a business decision, there's the financial implication, but you're investing in the people. Like the Army's, they're doing the same thing. Like how do we, human performance data, but we're not going to make that in a vacuum, divorced from the individual that decision is about.
Yeah.
So how do you balance your objective data you're trying to codify with the people you're investing in?
Yeah, and it's a very fun time to be in the innovation game. I think what's happened is we're seeing investors come much earlier because they understand what signal means. So you're seeing big hedge funds now doing startups, right? That used to be like unheard of. And the reason is because a signal that used to be the most objective signal, like revenue or profitability, now you're taking that into, what is the background of the particular team and what are some of the early traction points they're getting in the product. And that's what's so fun about being in the innovation game and being in the venture studio business. To get to your question in terms of balancing team and product, they're really inextricably linked. And what we look at is early evidence of track record of execution, even if they haven't hit the objective goal. If we see a product team, for example, that's able to iterate quickly and change their product reacting to the market, that's a great signal for us. And we try to quantify that wherever possible and put more resources behind it.
Okay. I want to switch down to Mark now. So you have first talked a little bit about what Notemeal is. So we have that context. And then, how does that that's one piece of human performance, nutrition. How does that fit in with kind of a larger ecosystem? We'll start with that and then have a follow-up.
Cool. Yeah, thanks, Alex. So I'll zoom out a little bit. So Teamworks is a software as a service company. We engage and empower athletes, and that's largely through an integrated platform that synchronizes calendars, has two-way and group messaging, and timely collaboration. On the surface, doesn't sound necessarily like, hey, this is a HP-specific role. However, it's taken, that's across 5,000 teams globally and 500,000 end users, mostly athletes and then the administrative support. And I'll talk a little bit later about, why I saw the importance of that and how that, gets something on the ground when an athlete or a coach or a provider needs it. Specifically within Teamworks, we've got Notemeal. We've got Sean Harrington back here, the CEO and founder of Notemeal. It's a digital performance nutrition app. And what the app does is it allows the athlete to have a customized meal plan and nutrition strategy at their hands. They're able to see, based off of what they get from a performance dietitian, what are their goals based off of their physiological information that's been measured. It's got the expertise of the performance dietitian, and then customized to the point of you have a daily meal plan with some flexibility and choices to meet your goals. So at your fingertips, you're able to find, okay, if I'm going to wake up this morning and I'm going to cook breakfast in my house, here are three suggested plans that I can choose from to cook that meal. When I go into work, if it's a professional athlete and I go into a facility that has a dining facility, I've got those three choices for lunch or a snack, and it's based off of what the menu is there. And as I automatically, I'm tracking that just by clicking on the app. It's doing the nutrient analysis so that the dietitian doesn't have to do that manually, which he or she's doing significantly across dozens of athletes or maybe even hundreds. And when we talk about the Army applications, we're talking thousands of athletes for maybe one or two dietitians. The other part of Notemeal is it also supports the food service staff. So as you look at nutrition, you've got the performance dietitian requirements, and you've got the food service capability and experience in many cases. And if they're not meshed and if they're not working together, you might have great strategies that don't turn into what's exactly required on the table. And if you have a gap in either one, you're not going to have the adequate nutrition for your athletes, and essentially it's putting bad fuel into your machine. So it works with the food service staff, whether it's on a professional or collegiate level, or in the dining facilities here within Special Operations Command or the Army, to make sure that those meals are efficiently delivered. You can look at bulk ordering over time, so that's going to be it offers a way to make more use of the resources that you've got to make those decisions, whether you're the food service staff or resource managers, and then making sure those meals that are in the facility and get to the plate are efficient, they're timely, and they meet the goals of the athlete and the staff right there.
So do you think that's helping the individual make better decisions too, by taking kind of, if you want behavioral change and want them to, you're presenting them with options that you kind of pre-approved. You're saying this is good for your human performance objectives, and kind of make it easy for them to choose a good choice rather than going to Burger King on post.
Absolutely.
Okay.
On that one, if they choose to go to Burger King, they can pull that up and say, hey, this is what I'm getting at Burger King, and it can take that analysis into effect. So if they have that cheat day or meal, they know what strategies they need to maybe overcome that. If I can, real quick, I'll go into my background before I got to Teamworks. I'm a special operator in the Army, 26 years, but two roles I had specifically later in my career. My last one, I served as a Human Performance and Wellness Director at Army Special Operations Command. I did that for 3 years, where the Thor 3 capability, but really what came out of the SOCOM, Preservation of the Force and Families capabilities that are down at our unit levels with world-class experts, practitioners, coaches at each one of the units. I was in the staff. I do not have that expertise. But I also, another role I had for 4 years, I worked in college athletics at West Point. For those of you that know me, I would also say I've been in special operations for 26 years. I've been shot in combat like Alexis yesterday. I've hurt myself parachuting, put myself in the hospital for a month, and months on crutches trying to walk and learn how to work again. Most stressful job I ever had is college athletics, hands down. I never lost so much sleep, but part of it is you have a lot of different organizations. You have different ways of communicating. You've got experienced executives that work on a tower computer, and 17-year-old high-performing athletes that have done nothing but be on their phone. And you've got to figure out how to get a bus in the right place, get a meal on the table. When the bus breaks down, how do you make sure that you're, because if you don't do that right, it's similar to the military and special operations. If you have a great plan and it doesn't execute, it doesn't matter what your plan was. So going back to the original part of the question, it's easy for us, I believe, in our discussions about data, it's easy to visualize the corporate level data integration analysis. It's easy for us to see it at the multi-star headquarters or even at the research and development, as it goes into acquisition. But from my experience, that may take a long time for us to get it right. And it takes a lot of pieces to connect over time, whether that's systems or studies, and the data has to match. In the meantime, the ground level at the grassroots level, in this case, the service member, the athlete, the tactical athlete, that decision-making can be better informed with the right data. Whether it's the athlete's got it for their own wellness and performance that day, maybe their coach or their provider that's on the ground can take that into account and help them with a strategy. And then at the leadership level and the organization level, as long as you have the right privacy and data security requirements in place, they can look at the trends and say, hey, I may have thought as a leader that we had this problem, but in reality, maybe it's a time scheduling problem. Maybe it's we don't have enough physical therapists, or maybe we don't have the time in the training schedule to get there. So wrapping it up with Note Meal is one part of that. Is Note Meal is the slice of the nutrition technology that can feed into, the example that we have in the tactical setting is feeding into athlete management system Smartabase via an API. And with that, you're able to bring in not just the nutrition slice of it, but you could bring in individual wearable information. From some of the teammates here, from Polar to Whoop to Aura, that it's not necessarily just one type of information that's coming in, or one device or one product, but it goes in, and then that individual, the leaders, can make the right strategies and decisions off of that.
Okay, well, thanks. That was, so I want to kind of highlight one point that really feeds into where Scott has lived for his whole career, and that's the kind of security or the regulatory process. So your business, where you've lived is unique in that you're highly regulated kind of on the how you can collect the data and how that's presented to the individual and the clinician to make decisions. So how does that affect the decisions you're able to make within the confines of the security environment or the protections you have to place for HIPAA protected data? Because that could be similar to not necessarily HIPAA. It could feed into the HIPAA with human performance, but also just like national security reasons, where the Army is looking at solutions, that have very clear restrictions on what you can do with the data.
Yeah, great question. I think everybody knows HIPAA these days, because as soon as you're in a physician's office, you sign this form that probably most of us read, but most people don't. Yeah, you can share my data, whatever. So yeah, that's a key part and a requirement of FDA. So giving a little background, so I'm at Aleo, as Alex mentioned. We have our premier product under FDA review now, which means the things I need to say, if there's an FDA person in the audience, is not a claim, but luckily that's probably not the case here. At other conferences, that is. Yeah, so in integrating the patient and signing the consent form and bringing that data into through the patch, and we have a wearable which I'll just show real quickly, which goes on the patient. And our patients is a dialysis patients, which I'll mention quickly. But to answer your question, yeah, the data is protected, and the data is under HIPAA guidelines, and we have to demonstrate that, which we're doing now as part of our submission. But then it's as much of a privacy question as what layers of data do you present to whom. And so the dialysis clinics, and I've been in cardiac, I've been in drug delivery for immunotherapy, but it's a particularly complex ecosystem with about 5 major personas. You would think the physician would be the primary hub in this care pathway, but that's not necessarily true, because the patient's at a dialysis clinic every 2 days getting their treatment. So within that clinic, you have a nurse, you have a dietitian, you have a social worker, you have a lot going on. These patients, from a technology development standpoint, are particularly interesting for a number of different reasons. One is they're going through major exacerbations every 2 days because they can't lose fluid. So they're going from dehydration after dialysis to edema,
and doing that every 2 days, which creates a kind of a unique opportunity for data collection. The other big aspect and motivation for Aleo is that in today's world, these patients are managed with a once-a-month blood draw. So once a month data point, and then kind of driving blind for 30 days until they come back or they crash into the ER. The typical patient is hospitalized 10 days a year with about 2 hospitalizations a year, and often in the ICU, so you can imagine that's very expensive. So what Aleo's trying to do is actually give this continuous data, and I'm holding it here in my arm because that's where the dialysis occurs, 24/7 through our wearable device. And so now an interesting paradigm, and I was talking with one of our fellow colleagues before, is it's not so much data that the clinician has never seen, but they've never seen it in that density. And so we work hard to address use cases and understand workflow, including security and how that data is actually used by different personas, from a human factors term is what we call them. But even with the best effort, we know as we launch commercially and as we've learned in clinical studies, we're going to get a lot more information, and that use case will change because now they've had something that they've never had before, which is data throughout the day and within dialysis sessions. So
how do we figure out this security thing? Just because, I mean, the upside is so phenomenal for all of our businesses. If we can get a better handle on all the disparate data that we can collect, there's a treasure trove of opportunity if we can solve the security problem. But the number of times that I've been proposing something and someone says they basically stop because of the security concern, it's limiting the opportunity. I was having a conversation with one of a great researcher on sleep yesterday, and we were talking about understanding sleep and understanding how to look at the return on investment for better managing service people's sleep, right? And understanding that the ROI is phenomenal, right? Not to mention the claims, we certainly could look at claims data and see how good sleep impacts that. But to your point, is that machine getting enough rest to do the job it needs to do? And the number of times things like security just blocks that innovation, just blocks that ability to make that stuff happen is crazy to me. And it happens in the private sector too. I don't think it's only a public sector thing. It's almost fear preventing the innovation.
Right, and you think about data security and the way we can protect things is moving very quickly.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself looking at businesses who may be like locked in kind of some legacy process of how they're protecting things that prevents you from moving forward because you can't do the things you want? Like I think of the Army in that context of, we have all these processes for data security.
Yeah.
And would that prevent the decision that you want to make or the data you want to have access to prevents you from being able to do that? Like, have you passed up on businesses because of that
100%.
particular reason?
100%. Concerns around security, even if they're unwarranted, just oftentimes stop the conversation prematurely. I'm not saying that security shouldn't be a concern. It absolutely should be. I just hope there are a number of companies going after that, or a number of people trying to go after it, because folks like us can really unlock some significant value if we can get access to it and we can build products around it. Like, I still don't understand why everyone in the service doesn't have a comprehensive biomarker data on all the service people. Why can't they be appended to the EHR? And the EHR is still kind of tricky in all sectors. So I just don't understand why that's not talking to each other in a more significant way. And I know there are real security concerns, but why there's not more investment in that so that we can unlock the even bigger upside that comes when you understand this, I still don't understand.
Yeah. So I want to bring us, kind of going off the security stuff and more into something you guys all talked about was like continuous data. So you don't look at a single discrete time point when you look at a business. You're looking at trends, how they've been performing, where you think they're going to go. Your smart patch, like, do you have any clinicians who want to go back to monthly blood draws at discrete time points in clinical visits once they have the continuous data available. And then same with you, Mark, like when you're able to monitor nutrition and see how an athlete's eating every day or every meal rather than kind of a, one time point, that had to kind of open your guys' eyes to the decisions you can make when you had a more continuous data flow and time points. So I guess if anyone wants to jump on that, feel free to, of how has that continuous data collection affected your decision-making from your previous method of like discrete time points?
I'll make one quick point and I'll pass it on. My colleague says we invest in lines, not dots. So we're looking for lines and trend lines and not just discrete points in time. And that's a framework that we use to think about all the things we're doing.
I'll jump in after that.
Yeah.
So I think the perfect world is it's a continuous line from start to finish, and everybody's they've got the ability to understand themselves. If they're a leader, they can understand their organization, whatever level that is. I think realistically, at least for the near term, is what are the key points? And this is where it's good from an industry and commercial success standpoint, working with the service. So for example, we've got Adam Strang, I don't know if Adam's still in here, from the Air Force Research Lab standpoint, and Jim Arp at the Special Warfare Schoolhouse. Those are two key locations looking at force generation in many cases from an Air Force Research Lab that works with SOCOM, and then new special operators that are coming in. Leveraging the systems that are inherent and organic to a military organization. What I mean is, in the schoolhouse in Fort Bragg, you not only have initial entry and force generation within special operations, so new civil affairs soldiers, psychological operations and special forces who are new to a side of the profession that they haven't been in before. Giving them the right awareness of themselves, what's the right education and training, whether it's physical preparation, risk management for physical injuries, how do you eat well, how do you manage your relationships as you go into this, your home relationships as you go into this new field, equipping them right in the beginning, and then reinforcing that when they go to their unit, and leaders being equipped with the same type of information, maybe not specific to them, but equipping them better, like, hey, these are the things I need to help my soldiers with on a daily basis. It's not just doing the physical tasks that we have as part of our task list that we need to do for our mission, but how do I make sure that they're equipped to make better choices about what they eat during the day? What do they drink at night? What are they doing in their off time? You're not going to be able to control the 1 million soldiers when we talk about the Army landscape, and half of those are Reserve and National Guard that maybe don't even live in the same state where their leaders are. But ultimately, how do you take those key points of not just equipping the individual, but then reinforcing with leaders, whether it's through their non-commissioned officer education system, through the professional military education system. So what I knew as a 21-year-old lieutenant, as a paratrooper, it's going to change over time about myself. I'm getting older. I'm going to have different physical tasks. I'm going to have different leadership tasks, different cognitive skills that I've got to employ. And how do I do that over time, better myself, but then also know what I've got to be able to either resource or support from a leadership standpoint.
So I want to, kind of going back to the continuous versus discrete time point, I want to make, this very relevant to human performance. So this is kind of a very pointed question, and I know what the answer should be. I think most of us do, but I don't know if the Army does this way. So how do, from a human performance standpoint, it sounds like none of you guys would rely on a dot, you want a line. But when we're trying to evaluate soldiers every day and like human performance, we mostly rely on dots, whether that's a singular PT test or a singular visit to the dietitian when they're struggling or a singular visit to this. How, would you guys ever in your business minds ever trust decisions, off of data like that? Or would you really push to find ways to collect that continuous data so you can see a more holistic, the holistic person or the holistic business that you're investing in, or the device, in terms of that?
Yeah, I feel like, once you have continuous, there's no going back. Now, I acknowledge the context of your question. That's the answer. And it's like in our dialysis world, again, to use examples, now I can show you potassium rising, and 40% of ER visits are due to hyperkalemia. Hyperkalemia leads to arrhythmias. It's also the largest source of death in dialysis patients. So we can see that now, whereas the clinician, as of a month ago, or today's clinician without the device, can't see that. Now, as soon as you mention PT, and this has been a challenge. I worked in heart failure for 7 years. In a PT scenario, you have I'm expecting, you have a controlled.
Just to clarify, are you saying PT is physical training or physical therapy? So that way everyone knows.
I could say either. I mean,
Okay.
I think
No, I just want to make sure.
But if
people
you have
it
a
right.
known input on the human, then you can get that output, and that output may be, if you're able to continue it over time or 2 days for those of us that have done one or the other, then you have a kind of scientific data point. You have a repeating assessment of the human over time. Whereas in my healthcare world, I never know quite sure what the patient's doing the day. So there's the continuous has value. I want to say the discrete, if it's controlled, has some value. But I think that the power is being able to do, which I've wanted to do in other avenues. For heart failure, a common assessment is a 2-minute hall walk. It's crude, but it's repeatable. So knowing when they're doing that, then I could pick up that data point and say, okay, over the course of a month or 2 months, you're decompensating or you're not. So I think layering both, there's room for both, but continuous will always be the preferred.
And the tools now, the data science tools and machine learning tools allow us to do a whole lot more with that data than we could, say, 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's just, it's going to make it more obvious that there's a return on taking that continuous data and
Right.
some real insight on it.
So I think that'll, hopefully we'll get into that in the panel this afternoon, where it's specifically focused on kind of AI solutions of how, if we
I saw
want,
that. That looked
if
like a
we,
cool panel.
yeah, it will be good. Hopefully you stick around for it. If we can collect that continuous data, it becomes a massive burden for decision making. You need like a data scientist or a statistician who understands
Right.
how to build those models and how to interpret that data. We're talking, I don't want to get too down a rabbit hole, but like Chat GPT, if you haven't looked that up, Jaime introduced it to me last night, is an incredible AI solution that was dropped.
Can I say something really
You can,
crazy?
yeah.
I tend to not go on these, bandwagon things like blockchain and all that kind of stuff. I didn't lose my mind over blockchain. I've lost my mind over generative AI, which is, I think, so who's heard of generative AI? Okay, OpenAI is the sort of the big platform that popularized these language models, and they announced maybe 3 years ago GPT-3, which is based on something like 1.7 billion parameters, basically training on the open internet. And last week they announced a new version of this. This is the most disruptive technology that I have experienced since the internet. I know that sounds crazy. I know it sounds hyperbolic, but it is, to me, absolutely transformative. You've probably seen some of these models that are pushed out for images like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion, and these are models that are, again, trained on the open internet, using some of the most advanced machine learning and AI techniques to basically replicate what a brain does in synthesizing information. And so the use cases, I won't go down this rabbit hole because I'll be talking for the rest of the afternoon. I suggest everyone experiments with it. Go to OpenAI, and it will have implication on virtually every business that you're playing with or considering. I don't know. I'll just give you a quick side story, and this is only a subset of what the possibilities are, but it's a language model, which basically means is predicting the next word. So you type in my name is, and it's going to say John or something like that, right? But imagine that on steroids times 50 pages, right? I don't know what's going to happen with kids that are writing papers or doing PhDs.
Or not writing papers?
Because it writes it for you. It's a model that you feed it a prompt, and it generates language that is incredibly thoughtful. And I'm not doing it justice because I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but I just think it's one of those moments, like we have our cell phones, we don't use a calculator anymore, we don't use a radar detector or anything like that. It's one of those things that will make a lot of these individual applications that we used irrelevant.
Right, so I bring that up for the data because, ChatGPT is focused on words right now, but you're insane if you don't think that that's just going to move into numbers next. Like it's going to happen. We're going to put different types of professions out of business because of it, but it's also going to give us the ability to really draw insight and make decisions off of massive amounts of data trained appropriately, that we can't even think about now. So when we think about like Army 2030, Army 2040, like that's what we have to be thinking about is how are we going to use this data and think about the tools that will be available. Like this is open AI. So how does that fit in within the national security spectrum of being able to make decisions about all this continuous data that we want to collect?
One more use case, just to illustrate that it's already gone beyond just language. I can say, I want to write an application that takes soldier data and provides daily insights to their commander on their movement or whatever it may be. Generate some Python code that writes that application, and it will render the code to build that application that you can put into a model, and it's built, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to illustrate, like it's literally not just writing paper. I mean, it's generating code, it's translating language, it's doing complex comparisons, so long as the prompt is appropriate, that allows you to sort of create in a way that you wouldn't imagine.
So kind of going into your space now, do you guys use what kind of analytics do you use when you're presenting it to the clinician? Because I've worked with clinicians before, and they don't want data necessarily that's convoluted and, stuff I want as a researcher is not what they want. It needs to be interpretable, very quick, so they can make their clinical decision. They don't have a lot of time, to do these things. What kind of analytics are you guys using to distill your continuous data to allow that clinician to make a decision?
So 2 parts to answer the question, and one of our software engineers I had lunch with is using that to generate function codes. Like today,
amazing.
Generate code. He's like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do in 10 years? So the first is, and I think this applies across the board to healthcare or warfighters or what have you, is how do you manage by exception? Because I think in both these cases, and we have a contract with the Air Force to monitor warfighters as they prepare and are in their mission in a very hypoxic state. I'll leave it at that. You're looking for the very occasional outlier with very severe consequences often. So it means going through a lot. So a human does not want to go through the 99 patients that are fine. So you manage by exception and you put that layer into place. Underneath that, we're using, particularly for our potassium algorithm, it'll be the first non-invasive potassium metric of its kind when it's cleared. Advanced machine learning, algorithms, Markov models, et cetera, to put that layer in. There's also the human element, because as we were talking, kind of waiting for the panel to start, there's always more. Human eyes is valuable. So having that triage, which is common in the clinical world, and I think in the military world as well, who's looking at the data and what are they looking at it for. So by the time it comes to an MD who's billing, I don't know, $600 an hour, they're really looking at how do I make decisions for this problematic patient, not that there's just a patient here that maybe need to adjust their diet or use a potassium blocker or kind of do the frontline therapy. That triage process has already taken place. So you're, as the MD, you're really looking at the exceptional cases.
So a lot of time, the saying is, you spend 80% of your time on 20% of your people. So that's perfect, I think, analogy for like talking like how Notemeal fits into this larger ecosystem of data stuff. Like that's where you would want, all this data to be aggregated. And when you have limited resources, a 30-person team for a 4,000-person organization, they really get the ability, if you're pulling out the outliers, to pinpoint where their services need to be provided to make the most impact. Because most people are hopefully doing generally the right thing and what you want them to do. So you guys take the approach of really focusing on the outliers and the things that are not within the norms, as opposed to, looking at the...
Yeah, and there are 2 layers to that. One is guidelines. So there are guidelines for potassium levels, hematocrit, hemoglobin, although in our application, the clinician can adjust them. And then there's understanding the patient as their own control, right? Their dialysis patients degenerate over years. Some of them are more tolerant to higher potassium levels than you or I would be, like significantly higher, more potassium levels. So there's both of those activities as you kind of bring a patient on board, understand the patient, maybe customize the settings to that patient in order to really identify when are those patients in danger. Because it's right, it's 80-20, if not 90-10. And I'll use an analogy. Banner Health, whom I worked with in a previous life, they were actually getting patients out of the hospital, they're high flyers, and putting clinicians stopping by every day for a year because these patients are costing them so much money that that's efficacious, and they're throwing technology, et cetera. So they've identified their top 1%ers who may be billing $500 grand a year in healthcare, year after year after year. Now, this is a brute force, and with AI, machine learning, and novel metrics, you want to avoid that path. But yeah, that's the world of healthcare.
So user adoption is a big portion of you guys being able to collect your data and then make those decisions. So I'm curious how you guys have got your athletes to accept this device and input, because I could see, you know, going back to like pinpointing the people who need help. Like we saw this person, they went to Burger King 3 times this week. Going back to that example, like we need to get a dietitian talking to them about like the choices they're making. How do you get them to interact honestly with the device or with the application?
Yeah, great question, Alex. So I'll talk about like the Teamworks journey over the past 15 plus years, largely through the workflow and scheduling. As boring as that may sound, we actually have the ability to see not just what tools is one organization using, whether it's a Division III softball team that has this on their own, or an entire Division I athletic department that has it across all of their teams, from scheduling to their recruiting capability, their social media interaction for their athletes and the organization, or if it's an English soccer academy at different levels spread throughout an entire country. We have a good grasp of what is being used and what are the fixes that we need to have. If there's something as a company, we're able to see that pretty quickly. If there's a help desk request, we even measure ourselves on how fast do we get our user back up and running so that they're not stuck somewhere or they're not able to make an operative decision. When we talk about Note Meal and venturing into the human performance space, I would submit that the challenge that we all have is that's very intimate information. You know, if somebody needs their athletic trainer's schedule straight, that's pretty important, but I'm not too worried if anybody knows about that, because I need my professors to know, I need my coaches to know that as well. When we're talking about how I'm sleeping, I personally don't have a problem, not that I don't have a problem sleeping, I don't have a problem seeing that, because I know that's how I'm gonna get the help that I need, but not everybody's gonna have that. So the two key pieces, I believe, especially when we're talking about human performance data and turning that into action, are we have expert staffs that have to be on the ground level. It doesn't mean that we don't have better processes and we don't bring in more digital delivery, but having the human being with that interface because it's not just, I'm a strength and conditioning coach and I'm just getting you stronger in the areas that I need you to, the organization needs you to perform, but I may have that personal relationship that I may see something that's off with that athlete and like, hey, you seem like something's bothering you. Why don't we go talk to, maybe it's a dietitian, maybe it's a chaplain, maybe it's a licensed clinical social worker, but none of those staffs in probably any of our organizations have enough of those experts on the ground. So that's one challenge of, even if we saw it, how do we get it to the right person who has 18,000 other things that they're doing through the day to make it efficient? And then finally, it's all built on trust. You know, I worked at a 3-star headquarters, and when I was on the ground, I wasn't thinking, man, I can't wait for that guy to come from the cubicle in the, at the command level and tell me what I need to do. So even just how you deliver that message, like, hey, this is a tool that's helpful, and if it's not taken that way, it's hard to gain the trust, whether that's the service member, the soldier, the coach, the provider. So it's got to be a very integrated effort. We always talk about holistic and integration, but having that relationship so that the provider has what they need on the ground and they have that trusting relationship with the athlete or the service member. If you don't have that, we're probably not going to have the right data coming in at the tail end of it. We're probably going to have a little bit of the information that we need to make maybe more strategic directions or decisions.
Mark, the thing.
1 second. Can you put the QR code up so we can start rolling questions from the audience? Sorry, go ahead.
No, just thinking about this, the world of the military and the commercial world. I love the space you're going at. I hope the military understands the return, and I want to tell folks about that study I told you. There's a company that did a study with the largest self-insured employers, the Googles and the Microsofts of the world. And they basically did a study that determined that it's better for them to pay for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all you can eat, because it pays for itself, basically. It's cost neutral or profitable for them to do that. Not because they're always there. That's probably another factor. But just off the claims data alone, right? So that's, I think, just a very powerful thing, like the return on investment of being thoughtful, of understanding what your teams are, how they're fueling themselves, and how that impacts the other side, which is claims and, unfortunately, health challenges. I think it's for me. I look at opportunities where there are big problems that exist in the military and that exist in the rest of the world. And what I get so excited about, talking to one of my colleagues, Dr. Pete Coucheve, who's the head of ARL West, is that the military represents a really great incubator of sorts of potential concepts that the rest of us could really use. So I'm really hopeful that your company has a lot of success in the military, as an example, because I think that should be relevant to not only self-insured employers, but everybody.
All right, so we'll start taking questions from the audience. So feel free to put it in there on the. Looks like they're rolling it now. So we'll start. This one I'm going to ask to Mark. I think it's probably better for one of the discussions when you have more of the Army people in the room. But Carl from Golden Technology said, how much data are you collecting on mental and emotions that allow you to merge it with your physical data to improve positive behavior? So I think for, Mark, are you guys starting to look into that? Like you're focused on nutrition, but have you seen where your guys' data fits into kind of the more holistic health and not just kind of the physical components?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would say when we go back to the trust, where I can, if I go back several months to a previous role, one of the challenges we have in collecting the data on, say, psychological health, not just not everybody needs a psychiatrist today. It could be, maybe I need a more informed peer connection today. Maybe I do need a relationship counselor to help me with marriage or significant others. So I believe where we are right now is to go to the individual and look at their data. We've got some, for the right reasons, we've got some barriers to make sure that we don't violate, so that a person that has trust in answering a questionnaire, whether it's with a sheet of paper and a pencil or digitally, is that information going to be protected? I may not want my boss to know about it. I may not want my office mates, may not even want my family members to know about it, and the service member gets a say in that. Where I think we've seen some success, or I believe we've seen some success, is when we've got evidence-based practices that can take some of that information and at a minimum, give that service member a little bit of awareness of where they are. So the Tactical Performance Index questionnaire is one example that that was used. It's growing within the special operations community of, hey, where is a service member in terms of how they feel about their preparedness to physically operate, but just as importantly, how are my relationships? Do I feel like I have a sense of purpose, and a spiritual performance is how we would, a quick definition of that. But for that person, hey, here's what we see. And they have a time where they're meeting with somebody that's got some level of expertise, whether they're a behavioral health clinician or they're a trusted provider, that says, hey, here's the things that you're doing well. Why don't you continue these practices here? And we've got the resources available to do that. But here's some areas where we see together that maybe you need some assistance or some areas that will help you improve so that you can maybe do your job longer or better, if that's what depends or what matters to you. Or, hey, if you're struggling with relationships at home, we know that impacts what you're going to be able to do for your profession. Maybe it impacts today, maybe it doesn't, maybe it impacts your ability to stay in that profession. So making sure that, so right now, I wouldn't say that we've got where we're collecting individual data on a broader scale, because we want to make sure that we don't violate that trust. I do believe that we have at the smaller levels of data collection and organizations, we're able to see where they are implementing it within special operations, that, hey, if they can give the user, they can give the service member a snapshot of themselves, offer the resources that are there and ensure, as much as they possibly can, that they're taking advantage of those resources. So I think before we get those right and make sure that we scale it appropriately, I would say that we don't necessarily have the larger corporate snapshot of specifics for behavioral health, but tons of great researchers in the room that I don't know if maybe afterwards somebody's got a different take on that.
I think it's foundational. I think mindset data is foundational. We have a sprint currently where we're spending time in two scientific domains. One is actually the science of purpose and understanding. I actually realize through this sprint that there are actually researchers that all they do is focus on purpose and a sense of purpose and what happens when people have a stronger sense of purpose. Even genetic expression can change with people that have a stronger sense of purpose. And so really understanding that, and then the other science is the science of time, chronobiology and things like that. And so for us, it's been an exciting, we've learned a lot, and what we've come away with as part of this is that the calendar actually is a pretty amazing platform for behavior change. And so that's the way we're attacking it. It's kind of a reimagination of what we think the calendar actually should do in terms of helping us live our lives. And a big part of that is about understanding the mindset that we have on a daily basis. And to the extent we can start to quantify that, to the extent we can start to measure that, and understand how that impacts decisions we make, we think there's something potentially very powerful in that.
All right, so we'll move on to, let's see, I lost it in the lots of questions.
While you're looking, I'm just curious if others have been exploring just biomarker data that is also specific to understanding mindset and psychological data. HRV, what are some of the other, I think there's a gentleman back there that's got a cool company focusing on understanding cognition and doing measurement of brain health. Like, I'm just wondering if folks are pulling any of those markers in to inform,
Yeah, we
how
haven't
patients are doing.
yet. We're still in a crawl, walk, run stage.
Yeah.
But it touches, it touches a nerve that I see in dialysis, and I think it's common to other applications. If I take heart failure, steady degeneration over time.
Yeah.
Dialysis, often the phrase is used, crashing into dialysis. You show up in the ER, you've got big symptoms, and you find out that day you're on a dialysis machine for the rest of your life. And there is no cure other than transplant. So we've got a patient advisory board, which is new for me and great in terms of the other businesses I've been in. So they speak of kind of the massive depression you go through. And what came into focus for me in those discussions was, whoa, the first thing that we need to do is not present you data so you can action, but actually help, to this point, give you a reason to believe in the future, to change your mindset, that you're actually receptive to interacting with that. And that's a much more difficult problem.
Yeah.
So I'm still.
It's smart to track it, right? It's smart to understand it because of the comorbidities associated with.
Right.
Someone could unfortunately have a bigger condition just
Oh
because
yeah,
of the way they're
hypertension,
responding.
diabetes, all the classic bad things that get you into chronic health diseases, chronic diseases. Yeah. So it's very relevant.
So one of these questions is, I think, really interesting it's Jessica from Dell Medical School. So what do we need to do now to change the way we educate and train decision makers? So more of like the top down. We've talked a lot about trying to change individual behavior and what that provides to the individual. I think of you, Jaime, where you're trying to codify your decision-making process that you are then, sending out to your employees so that they can help you do all this analysis and figure out if it's a good opportunity. And the same with you, like, how do you approach a staff to get them to adopt, this note meal and make sure that, we definitely focus on the bottom level, but also that there's the leadership support.
How folks educate up, is that what she's asking?
Well, no, how you educate down. So how do you make sure, like, you've identified a solution, and maybe you have to educate and train the people you're bringing on, like your business analyst. I'm not sure the word you use.
Well, if I'm understanding your question and her question a bit, like in terms of how we coach our leaders to then be really effective leaders, I think, and Alexis said this yesterday, like, incredible amounts of curiosity and humility going into these processes. I can't underscore that enough. I just feel like that's the most important thing in the modern age, is to be open and to be curious and to be humble in that journey and not think you know it all. And so I certainly take that approach. And for all the leaders we're bringing on for the companies that we're starting or funding, we look for that as a key attribute.
Alex, I'll jump in. So I'll steal, Joe Patterson's over on the side. At one level, Joe does a tremendous job of getting the right tools and information to the soldier, but also heavily invested with the leaders on the ground that matter, that can take that information in the right way and get a pretty good turn on making a positive decision based off of it. I'm going to take from our conversation yesterday, one of your efforts in working with organizations on their culture and alignment. I think that's huge. I mean, if there's anything similar, whether it's in a military setting, a C-suite executive setting, entrepreneur or startup, nobody has the time. Everybody is, there is no white space on any calendar or any of your 6 calendars that you have. So it's valuable time where, how do you communicate with the organization? I'll be honest, interestingly enough, that's one of the reasons I want to be a part of Teamworks, is internal to the organization. They're very intentional with how they communicate, not just on a daily and weekly basis and the topics that they're covering, but even over time. How do we make sure that the values of the organization are intentionally discussed on at least a weekly basis, if not a daily basis? Our interaction with employees are based on those values. So it's not just on a screen, or it's not just up on a poster in an office. It goes into how we're communicating with each other, how are we behaving, how are we building trust and fostering the right values of our organization. So I believe it's making sure at the ground level that this is important to them and the job that a leader is asking them to do. And then whether it's at a corporate level or at intermediate leader levels, it's being intentional about those conversations. It's being intentional about, when you bring somebody new into the organization, do their values match the organizational values? It doesn't necessarily sound like it's human performance related, but I believe that we can come up with the best evidence and we can have the best practice, but if we're not aligned in an organization, best case, somebody's not gonna think it's important somewhere in the line. And worst case, they could go off in a completely different direction because we didn't intentionally foster it.
It's critically important. Sorry to jump in here. We're doing a study with Stanford called The Nature and Nurture of Exceptional Teams and Cultures. This is with a company we started called Instill. And the insights we're getting to support your point are amazing. I mean, the number of people that actually don't have truly codified values and a value system, the number of organizations that do not have this and pay a price for it, it's incredible. More now than ever, because people aren't in the office to see the values on the walls, right? They're remote. So we're living in a time where the intentionality, I think is the right word, couldn't be more critical. Sorry.
Oh man, no, that's great. Just to mention a couple things. First, in our world, I mentioned the complexity of the different personas involved. So understanding how that's going to vary from clinic to clinic, institution to institution, and it's not a one size fits all. But as let's say a senior sales director, understanding that and being able to speak to that. And then in medicine, there's the classical, hey, what's your randomized controlled clinical trial that says unequivocally you reduce hospitalizations by 30%, in this patient cohort. But at least in dialysis, and I think increasingly in healthcare, if you're the CFO of a dialysis clinic and are managing, let's say, 30,000 patients, you don't necessarily have time for that. And Medicare has shifted its rules such that right now about 50% of dialysis patients on a per capita basis. So you get paid 90 grand a year, whether you do that for 50 grand a year with this patient or 150, here's your dollars. Which creates an opportunity for Aleo, and that says in that capitated system, there's a much greater interest in a diagnostic, similar that I would think within the military, the soldier or warfighter is part of that cohort for a long time, so we'll invest in it. But therefore, another critical piece is the aha moment, and I think that spans all of our areas. Is how do you get an early aha moment for the clinician or the head of a collegiate program, so that they get the faith, they see the potential before you get that. Okay, now I have 1 year of continuous data. Look how great the graphs are. and finding that case study, that approach, that way to really hook them into the conversation as a CFO who may be completely removed from clinical care or completely removed from the team. That's a critical puzzle, a solvable puzzle, but critical puzzle to identify and solve for.
Nick's gonna get mad at me. I want to take one more question because I think we haven't hit this point yet, and I'm gonna pose it to Hame. So how do you, kind of the feedback loop? So, thoughts around verifying and validating the decisions you've made with the data. So you've made your choice.
Yeah.
You saw what the result was. How have you gone back and kind of reevaluated the data you're collecting and the decisions you're making around that once you have that, you're on the back end?
Yeah, well, we're still reasonably early in our cycle, so we don't have a full, we haven't sold a company for $1 billion yet in our current model. But I think at a more micro level, we make these decisions on, we have a hypothesis around a feature and a product. We'll build that feature with a hypothesis, and sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. And so we're constantly getting better and better in our product work to understand whether we're good at that or not.
Okay.
And then we tune as we do that, right? And that's, to me, that's the mark of a really great product team. We do it well in some of our teams, and some of them teams are not so great. And we make changes as necessary based on the prediction. The hypotheses are accurate or not.
So I think kind of putting that, really focusing on the Army now and making a very pointed comment about, the large structure we are.
Yeah.
The ability to write policy, regulation, and all that to give you the flexibility to adjust how you make those decisions, so you're not stuck in this legacy model where you're making poor business decisions now for years to come. Like, that seems incredible.
The worst thing in the startup world, especially, the worst thing is a founder gets stuck on a particular thing and they just keep on banging their head against the wall, and they do not listen to the customer, make a change. Like, even in doing investor decks, right? Those decks should change like a lot. Every time you're getting feedback, you got to make decisions on what you change. And I think that just is relevant to everything. And I know in government organizations, it's kind of tough because you've said you're going to do this, but these are iterative processes. There's so much data that you get as you continue that you have to use to make smart decisions.
All right, well, I think that's all we have time for. I learned a lot. I hope you guys enjoyed the panel, and I hope you guys, there's a lot of questions I didn't get to, so take those to your kind of the breakout sessions or track down any of us after this and continue the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks all. Great work. Thank you. And we'll take a couple minutes here and transition all of this here off the stage. Very quick, couple minutes. So hustle back to your seats if you need to do that, if you need to break real quick. We're going to take the chairs off, and we're going to get reset here for our keynote, Josh Clemente. 2 minutes. Okay, folks, hey, we're not taking a long break here. Let's sit back down. We're just getting things set up for the next keynote. Just as a reminder, we're going to have this keynote up. Josh is going to be speaking, and he's got a couple slides. So if you want questions queued up for him, which he is aware of how much time is up here, you'll be able to ask him. Make sure you've got your QR code captured here now. So go ahead and capture that QR code, and then we'll get started. Okay, hey, after our keynote, we'll have a good 15-minute break. You'll have a chance to do the things you want to do here in terms of talking to someone. I promise. Please sit back down. Sit back down. You can do it. Get back in the seats. Let's sit back down. Here we go. Cats and dogs. Got to get it. Let's go, folks. Great panel time. Let's get back in our seats. We are moving on. We've got a schedule to keep. Here we go. Okay, please hustle back in, hustle back in. Okay. All right, I appreciate your patience in transition here. I knew I shouldn't have given you any time to get up. It's okay. So, on to our keynote, CEO Josh Clemente, CEO of Levels. So technically, he's a rocket scientist, so I'm a little intimidated here, but he's a mechanical engineer, led teams at SpaceX specifically, designed and developed Hyperloop technologies, led engineering for a company focused on vehicle-based rescue systems for first responders. Really what Josh did is, he had some slumping afternoon energy levels like a lot of us do, increased irritability and lower moods, and it just led him to say, I'm gonna hack my own metabolism with data and start his own company for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and introduce Josh here. Everyone, a big round of applause, Josh Clemente.
What's up, everybody? All right, let me see if I can get my slides up here. Jump right in. All right, so name's Josh. I am an engineer at heart. I like to build things, and specifically, I like to build things that work the way I want them to work. And so we'll get into that in just a minute. But this question, how many sensors does a rocket have? It's pretty trite, but it's something that I actually spend a lot of time thinking about, and ultimately the rationale for why do rockets have sensors at all. And so the way that started is, while I was at SpaceX, I got a chance to do a bunch of really cool stuff. I worked on mechanical systems, pneumatic systems, on the structure, on the aerodynamics, the first cargo spacecraft, the Dragon, the first land landing of an orbital class booster, the first drone ship landing of an orbital class booster, and then ultimately this project was, I was one of the first 4 people to work on the life support program. So we were taking a company that only had experience bringing like mail service type packages to the ISS, the International Space Station, and we needed to now put human beings inside that same vehicle. So we had to think about everything related with life support. And during that process, there was a specific day, where I was working on what's called FITR, Fault Detection, Isolation, Recovery. And essentially, this is where you take a lot of data about a scenario that went wrong. So something failed, a sensor failed, a solenoid valve failed, and the vehicle's in a bad state. And you work from there. This could be 2 faults that happen in series. Anyway, you work with this data to figure out what went wrong, and you fix it. And so I'm going through this protocol, and something dawned on me, which was that when we got to the end of that process, we had recovered the vehicle health. And yet we had no feedback that I would look to understand if the humans inside the vehicle were still alive. And it was this gap that kind of surprised me, because that's the whole point. The system exists to keep the humans alive. So that leads us back to the question, how many sensors does a rocket have? The order of magnitude is around 10,000. This can kind of flex depending on whether you have kind of a dead payload or something like humans inside of a spacecraft. But ultimately, what these sensors are doing, the reason you have tens of thousands of channels of sensor data, is they're providing what's called observability. And my thesis here, what I want to try and get everyone here thinking about, is the lack of observability in our health and performance systems. So observability is one side of a 2-sided coin for control systems. If you want to control something, you have to be able to observe it. And what that means is you have to be able to measure the outputs of the system. You use that to predict the state of the system, which we often call health. And then you start to understand cause and effect. What inputs lead to different outputs? And that's how you control the system. Today, we do this on every complex machine that we build. So an Airbus A380 has something like 10,000 sensors on every wing edge. An Airbus A350, which we fly often, 2.5 terabytes per day, per flight day, of flight data on all the complex systems, everything from the engines to the static structures. And again, all of this is in pursuit of providing the observability mechanism to enable controllability. Again, you can't control something without observability. So how many sensors do we have? This is kind of a loaded question. We've got our 5 senses, right? So we're constantly bringing in information. We are able to do that quite effectively. We can actually control ourselves in our 3-dimensional space pretty effectively. We can avoid predators, that sort of thing. But we have essentially 0 sensors for the internal state. That was just, I guess, not a priority for evolution. It was all about stay alive, avoid the lion. But how many do we need is a kind of a completely different question. And I think we've all agreed that we need to supplement the sensor systems we have. Touch is a pretty complex mesh network. You can tell where you're being touched. But can you tell if your organs have a tumor growing on them? No. So there's a lot of state health system questions that we can't answer that we need to supplement. And the way we do that right now, I'll get to in just a second, is pretty lacking. It's interesting. I think my slides might be out of order. But anyway, right now the problem statement that we need to answer before, or that we need to describe before we can answer the question of how many do we need is what are we trying to control? So currently the trend line for healthcare is heading in the wrong direction across every metric you can measure. So global disease and costs are increasing at an increasing rate. 90% of those costs, especially here in the United States, particularly decoupled, are tied to preventable chronic lifestyle-related conditions. So on the right side of the screen, you can see the list of leading causes of death. 9 of 10 of these are accelerated, correlated, or caused by lifestyle choices. This is CDC data. The one that's not is accidents. You can also see that there are lines directly tied to the daily decisions that we're making every single day. This is what we mean when we say lifestyle related. So right now, what I want to posit as the problem statement is we're trying to control health over decades, but we don't have any observability of the inputs and outputs. So we have not solved for the side of the coin that is necessary to be able to solve the controllability problem. This, by the way, I'm talking a lot about healthcare. The sort of axis of health covers performance, right? Performance is optimized health. So we should stop thinking about these as different things. Deteriorated health is disease. Optimized health is athleticism or resilience. These are the same thing. So when I put a bunch of leading causes of death up here, it's not that I don't care about performance. It's that if you optimize away from those things, you are optimizing towards the performance vector that you care about. So the way we currently solve for this is with health checkups. If you're lucky, or if you're smart, you got a good doctor, you're typically getting a point-in-time assessment once a year. Most people are getting one every 3 to 5 years. Again, these are point-in-time assessments. It's typically where an expert, someone who's much better than you at interpreting the internal state using a lot of intuition, a lot of experience, is trying to figure out the internal state using the bulk measurement tools that we have. They're looking at your size, shape, coloration, temperature, these sorts of things to try to infer what's going on inside the body. And then we supplement that with some blood work, typically. And what that looks like is this. Checkup day, you've got your biomarker levels, these nice points on the plot. And the thing that you do with this is you look at all of them, you internalize them, you memorize them maybe, and then you project them out until next year. It's like, this is a flat line that goes on into the future. But the problem is, this is what it actually looks like. So we are a wet chemistry set, closer to a wet chemistry set than a robot, right? We are not a static machine. You're introducing chemicals all day from your environment, your sunlight, the food you're eating, the pollution you're inhaling, and that induces pattern changes in the chemicals that have to respond to those chemicals. You're synthesizing new ones, you're generating energy, you're rejecting byproducts. You have circadian patterns. So a lot of this stuff is on a rhythmic scale over time anyway, and then you're kind of introducing fluctuations into the system. It's an extremely dynamic process. And that is where any complex systems, the crux of the control problem is. How is the system responding to its load conditions, right? You don't measure the airplane, the A350, when it's on the ground and the engines are shut down. You measure it when it's in flight, fully loaded. What are the wing strains? What's the engine load? These are the conditions that you care about because that's what you need to survive. And for us, what we do today is we measure you in the fasted state after a lot of rest with no dynamic inputs. This is a failure. It's something that we would not tolerate this sort of extrapolation in any engineering discipline anywhere else. For some reason, we're doing this in health and performance every day. So it's kind of like, I like to kind of correlate it to, if you want to understand the clock speed of the processor in your iPhone, putting it on a food scale. That's basically what we're doing today. It's just not even close. So when we start to think about like how many things should we be measuring, what's important to measure, There's probably on the order of 50,000 really interesting things that we could measure that we could just list off today. These are mostly proteins, metabolites, hormones. There's definitely a greater number than this that could be measured, probably closer to 1,800,000-ish. But the interesting thing is a subset, something like 50 to 100, would provide us with a substantial improvement in our ability to observe the system and to estimate controls or cause and effect. And that's going to be, the confluence of those are going to be hormones. There's about 100 interesting hormones and steroids. Metabolites, about 100 of those, some inflammatory markers, maybe some viruses and antibodies. You can think of a nice subset of what is driving most of the consequential health declines or performance declines and where we want to point those. And we could come up with a pretty good list pretty quickly. And it doesn't have to be on the order of 50,000, but maybe someday we could get there. So what we need to be thinking about is what are the highest leverage biomarkers on our health that we have the highest leverage over, right? It's bidirectional. We're influencing these every day with the actions we're taking. Those are driving in a direction, and we are not measuring what direction those are driving in. So a couple quick examples here. Actually, I think Scott, who was up here recently, was basically touching on exactly this, where if we had more continuous data rather than discrete points, you could, for example, in cardiac health, see the onset of heart damage in real time. So the traces you're seeing here are myoglobin, which is a protein in muscle, troponin, which is a protein that kind of specifically is in the heart muscle, creatine kinase, and cortisol, a hormone. So right now, when someone is presenting with heart attack symptoms, the first thing that will typically happen at the emergency room is you measure for troponin, try to figure out if this protein is in the blood. If it is, that means the heart muscle is starting to be deteriorated, or there's damage happening, and there's likely a heart attack ongoing. A heart attack is not an instantaneous event. You can see here the red curve, which is troponin, that increases over something like 24 hours, sometimes 28 hours. It can go on even longer than that. And so the damage is accruing to the heart muscle. If you had insight into continuous hormone measurements, for example, cortisol, as well as myoglobin, other metrics that you can triangulate what could be happening in real time, you're starting to see troponin increase, and you're seeing these other metrics, you could intervene potentially within minutes or hours. So this would be a game changer for people who have cardiovascular concerns. This is the type of thing where, again, we're talking about acute circumstances. I actually don't like even talking about acute circumstances because the rationale is one layer higher. It's that we need to measure for observability so we know when there's a deviation from the health state that we want to be in. That's the ultimate goal, but these acute situations I think are really useful. Reproductive health. So reproductive health is kind of a black box right now. I think many women are trying to understand what's going on in their bodies on a continuous basis and using very bulk methods. There's actually pretty well understood patterns in hormones that are occurring, and these predict and confirm ovulation. And so there's entire industries that are built up around basically using black box techniques to understand what's happening when, if you had continuous biomarkers, you'd be able to see estradiol, insulin, luteinizing hormone, and progesterone moving in a pretty well understood symphony to confirm ovulation, these sorts of things. So we're trying to control or understand the control system without measuring and providing observability. And this would be, I believe, a tremendous empowering tool if you had this. And it's not just about reproduction. This is about understanding the health state and whether it's on a normal trajectory or potentially deviated. Another one for men. So hormone visibility. This is an interesting one because you've got at the top glucose. The red line is insulin. Cortisol is sort of in the background there. It's a light blue, and then green is testosterone. So one of the really interesting things, you can imagine this is a guy on a bit of a bender over a weekend, the first day 0 and 1. So glucose is kind of oscillating all over the place, maybe eating some really rich meals, a lot of carbohydrates. This is spiking glucose. Insulin is the hormone that responds to glucose to pull that blood sugar into the cells and turn it into energy or store it as fat. So insulin is spiking in response to the glucose. Now, the really fascinating thing is testosterone, which is probably one of the highest leverage hormones or molecules for men on fertility, lifestyle, virality, bone density, you name it. Testosterone acutely responds to blood sugar fluctuations. So if you give someone an oral glucose tolerance test where they ingest, say, 75 grams of glucose, blood sugar spikes, insulin spikes, testosterone is suppressed 25 to 40% for the 2 hours of that test. This has been documented consistently. So if you're doing that consistently, it's not an oral glucose tolerance test, you're just eating, pizza or whatever, Domino's over and over again over a weekend, you're essentially replicating an oral glucose tolerance test and the impact on your testosterone, right? This is happening. And as it happens consistently, there's a concept called hysteresis, which is where a complicated system, when it moves off its baseline, it doesn't move straight back to where it was. There's some lag, essentially, in the system. This happens with hormones, and it's been measured. So people are living their lives. They're They're inducing moves off baseline for complex and important systems, and they aren't allowing it to return because of this hysteresis mechanism. So you can see testosterone through the course of this bender is dropping dramatically. Then when this person gets back on track, they sleep well, they get their meals back in order, you can see glucose levels out, insulin starts to die off, and testosterone restores. So how many people are never allowing their bodies to recover, and the important hormones that are driving both quality of life and quantitative risk of certain conditions are never getting back to baseline? By the way, we do have essentially a testosterone crisis on our hands right now. Men who are in their 20s have equivalent testosterone levels to men who are in their 60s 22 years ago. So this is a huge problem, and I would posit that a lot of this is lifestyle related. So right now, levels, we're working on the MVP of biological observability. So in order for you to eventually control someone's health, they need to understand, they need to be in the driver's seat. Today, we sort of outsource that. So our physicians are responsible not only for catastrophic accidents, not only for the communicable diseases or the unpredictable ones, but also for keeping me healthy, right? I'm not the one who can keep me healthy. I don't know what's going on. Well, the reality is I'm the one that's pulling the levers all day. And so these are the lifestyle choices I'm making, which are inducing those changes. And there has to be a platform that helps people understand the connection between lifestyle choices and real-time molecular data that is consequential to their health. And that's our current focus right now. At the very early days, right now we work primarily with glucose, continuous glucose data. I'm wearing a CGM right now. Many of you may be familiar with this, but it's got a little interstitial fluid or a filament, which sits a few millimeters into the skin. It's measuring glucose continuously. That can be placed into context with the meals I'm eating, with the caffeine I'm ingesting, with stressful presentations I'm giving. You can add in activity data, you can add in sleep data, and you can start to understand how glucose, as one important molecule, it's the primary fuel in our system, in our bodies today, how that responds or drives sensations, and also how I'm impacting that in negative ways. So that's the beginning, but the real ultimate biological observability platform requires many molecules. The reason for this is that, I think we kind of touched on it, you need to measure the set of outputs that best predict the health state, and that is much more than a single molecule. Glucose is really interesting, you can't really see here, but one of our advisors does a really good job explaining this. Like it's probably about 10% of the equation just for food impact, and that's just acutely. It doesn't tell you about liver, pancreatic, like all these organs, brain, all these organs that are super important to maintain and to understand the cellular sort of apparatus are not predictable based on a glucose level alone. But if you had multi-molecule biowearables, the really fascinating thing is that each additional molecule you add is not just getting one additional molecule, right? There's this nonlinearity where, for example, if you measure glucose plus insulin, you also get this new metric, which is the glucose-insulin index, how those move relative to each other, which is really important. That's to understand insulin sensitivity, insulin resistance, which is driving a lot of our chronic illness. There's a nonlinearity. As you add additional molecules, you start to understand how those factors affect each other. So it's critical that we start to think in scalability. We start to think big. It's not, we need to stop tracing or chasing symptoms. We need to start thinking about what is the system that we're trying to control? What's the output of the system that would describe the inputs or would capture the effect of the inputs? And that's what we need to start measuring. It's fundamentally a different theory of measurement. Right now, a lot of healthcare, a lot of insurance companies really care about symptoms, and they're laser focused on that. And medical devices are chasing that. But upstream is a much bigger question, which is what really matters. So the last thing here is the way we're going to get there is through complying with physics, most likely. I think that's a pretty fair statement. Right now, there's a lot of money going into solving problems through, for example, non-invasive means, which is really cool and it's exciting, and I love my Garmin and it doesn't break the skin, but my Garmin is never going to measure testosterone continuously. We have to comply with physics. All of the information that's circulating in our bodies, the body kind of holds on to pretty tightly. So we don't, for example, excrete the important hormones that are signaling to our cells through our skin very effectively. It's non-linearly related to our blood. The reason for that is it would be a very inefficient system if we were leaking energy across our skin. It would be very inefficient if we were leaking the hormones that are supposed to be signaling to our brains what to do across our skin. So it does happen. Sweat contains some of these molecules, but the vast majority of it is not linearly related to our blood. So our position is that we've been solving the wrong problems for a long time. We're chasing symptoms. We're chasing non-invasive. We really need an industry of innovation around sensing for the biological observability problem. We need products that people are excited to use every single day. This should not be a painful experience. It should not be an unpleasant one. It shouldn't be a very clinical one. This is something that's ultimately putting the individual in the driver's seat, whether it's for performance reasons or to restore health after or from a condition of disease. People need to feel empowered and inspired by this stuff. It also can't be overwhelming. So you're not going to measure 50,000 biomarkers and put that on a chart in someone's face and ask them to make a decision about what to eat for lunch, right? So we need to do a very good job, and there was a lot of great conversation about AI and how we might be able to use predictive models to help people sort of surface specific actions. That's the direction we need to go. Log this information to understand the health history, and then use it in ways that are most supportive of that individual's goals. And ultimately, this will be the context for decision-making, in my opinion, in a very, very near future. That's all I got. So I'm curious for questions. I think we have maybe a QA code. Okay.
Josh, thanks so much. Really appreciate hearing your presentation there. So we've got a couple questions in, and folks, go ahead and use the QR codes to get your questions in. We've got time for a few here. I've got a two-part question maybe to kick things off here. The first is, why do you think it's taken us this long to take such a common sense approach of, if you want to understand a system, you have to sense it? So why do you think it's taken us so long to start doing this for the body? And then sort of second piece there, what are the biggest roadblocks to scaling this from one or two molecules to tens or hundreds or thousands?
Yeah, great questions. I mean, I think the first question is mostly incentives and then pace of technology. So we kind of started on designing a health system well before we had microelectronics, miniaturized photonics. A lot of the really cool platforms that could measure many things simultaneously didn't even exist. And so I think there was good faith effort to be able to measure the system. And that's, we ended up with really amazing, very accurate tools to understand what's going on in the blood. But then we built an incentive structure around it, and the incentives were all around symptom care. Like we need to cater to disease. And we don't take, again, that proactive position, which is that the Airbus airplanes measure what they measure, not so that when the engine shuts off, when you've got 300 passengers on board, you can react to that sort of circumstance, but so that you prevent that in the very first place. So our incentive system is all around, there's a lot of money that goes into treating disease. Let's focus on what those symptoms are. Let's measure that. And we need to kind of flip the script. And it's actually individuals. And I really am excited about the performance applications because people understand that intuitively. Athletes understand, service members understand that if they want to perform at their peak, they need to be able to measure and understand what their inputs are driving. So I think it's going to start from communities like this, pressing the experts and changing the incentives ultimately, so that we are measuring, for optimization in an aspirational way. And then the second part of your question was, what are some cool technologies?
Well, it's really about what do you think the roadblocks are to scaling this? It's obviously a challenge for each unique molecule. So curious the roadmap here.
There's some pretty amazing technologies that have been demonstrated in the academic environment, and I'm sure in some of the less well-known projects in the military, I would imagine. We have the tools. The tools exist. There's multiplexing that is done in compute. There's a lot of extremely amazing scale sort of changes that have happened, like transistor count has gone bananas lately. So you can fit a lot of really complex sensing and compute, and now you have AI models that can do a lot of predictive stuff. We have all the tools. It's really about making a new rationale for why innovation is needed and what sorts of innovation. So again, I kind of talked about the bifurcation that's happened in sensing. You have consumer products, which are really driving towards non-invasive, like don't be disruptive to the person's lifestyle. And then you have medical device, which is, or medical technology, which is generally thinking about what's really super high clinical quality, what's standard of care, all that, which is great. But in between is where everyone sits, which is they demand a really useful, high quality experience. But they actually don't care, in my opinion, about the quote unquote invasiveness. I'm not comparing my CGM to my Garmin, right? I'm comparing it to putting a needle in my vein. And when I put a needle in my vein, I get one measurement. I get glucose, 81, I'm fasted. With a CGM, I'm seeing 2 weeks of data, and it's not painful. I can sleep on this thing, I can work out with it. So the invasive thing is actually, it's a red herring altogether. We need people to start thinking in these ways. Go back to first principles and test our assumptions rather than following what industry trends have been.
You bring up a really interesting point of what the tolerance for user adoption is, and looking at the questions here from the audience, we've got a couple questions around. I would say like mass adoption of these types of products, and what have you seen so far? Do you think that most either high performance individuals and then maybe the general public, do you think they're excited to adopt these technologies? What are the challenges with adoption? And then maybe one last aspect here around privacy. Like, what are you seeing with respect to privacy of this data going into systems that people can't feel and own all the time?
So Levels launched in 2019 and just before the pandemic, and we had a wait list because we were small and testing our product, and that wait list hit 250,000 people with basically no marketing through the first year and a half, 2 years of the pandemic. The reason for that is that people intuit that there's a gap in their understanding. You have all these fad diet programs, you have people Googling things, you have people asking their friend what works for them. People are looking for information on how to maintain their health. It's not just biohackers who are interested in this. It's everyday people who want to know, why am I gaining weight that's inexplicable? Why do I feel like garbage when I eat a certain thing? These things are explainable if we had enough data, and so there's a huge demand for this. And ultimately, the blockers are, again, innovation. We need an industry to build around this that isn't chasing the incentives of the traditional healthcare system. They're chasing the incentives of the individual who is trying to improve. And then the second thing we need is price to come down. So right now it's really expensive. Like Levels, if you want to have a continuous glucose monitor for the full year, it's like $2,200. And so there's a and surprisingly, we still have tens of thousands of people who are doing that, even though they don't have a disease, right? So there's really fascinating trends here that I think should be quite exciting to people. And then sorry, I forgot the last part of your question.
The last question was, or the last piece there was around privacy, and
Yes.
What are you seeing sentiment-wise with
I mean,
privacy?
Right now there's like this assumption, because we have HIPAA and things like that, that people sort of have control over their data. Well, it might be surprising that 49 of 50 states in the United States, the individual doesn't own their medical record. The healthcare system or the practitioner does. That to me it's part of this whole incentive package, which doesn't put the individual in the control seat. If each of us is responsible for maintaining our health, then we also need to be responsible for maintaining our health record and the data that goes into that. And that's not going to come from the system. I think that's going to come from companies taking a proactive stance, like Levels. Our stance is that the individual owns their data. You want to delete it altogether? We can ensure that will happen. And we make any third party that we work with commit to the same rules. We're HIPAA compliant and all of that, but HIPAA is just scratching the surface. It's like PII, don't connect that to PHI. But we need to think in a bigger picture, like take what is the best case experience, right? Nobody wants their health data leaking. I think ultimately, if I were to predict, this is going to change altogether. People are going to start treating health data more like fitness and or finance data. So you're going to use it to like model where you are and project, am I going to be financially secure in retirement? Am I going to be healthy in retirement? Like these two things are going to track, and people will start thinking about it. They'll start competing on it. Like what are your lipid profiles looking like? These are mine. So I think we're going to see a lot of actually like people volunteering that data, which is exciting. But just today, there's no opportunity for that. And we're like suppressing it and treating it like it's anathema or taboo. So I think both treating people with respect and making sure they own their data, but also encouraging people to start thinking about this and sharing it and like using it to make decisions.
It's a great point. I think about the slew of things, the slew of apps that I connect my credit card data to and credit score, and like it provides value that comes out of it. But I think if you had told people even 10 years ago, do you want to let a random app have access to all your financial data? Absolutely not. So I think a great point about public perception changing there with health data. So we've got a couple maybe like technical questions that I'll toss your way. What do you think the top 4 to 5 biomarkers are that we should focus on? Focus on developing ability to perceive and perhaps lower the cost of testing.
Yeah, I mean it's almost hardest to narrow it down to just 4 or 5. But right now we're spending a lot of time thinking about the metabolites. Our bodies. You've got basically what we're thinking about every day: physical and mental performance. The real question is metabolic performance. So the metabolic system, how we're turning our food and environment into energy, is what underlies both brain health and brain function and body health, musculoskeletal health. So we're thinking a lot about that, which is primarily metabolic markers, mostly because they're technically more feasible. So if I could choose, I would pick hormones almost exclusively. It would be insulin, it would be cortisol, it would be signaling molecules like testosterone, or sex hormones like testosterone and estrogen. However, based on the technical viability, I think I would start with lactate, glucose, probably a fatty acid marker, and likely an inflammatory marker, which tends to spike when things are really out of order. And those can give you a really good, because those work in two directions. It's very helpful in disease. When sepsis is setting in, someone's at risk for a blood infection, lactate levels go through the roof. And also, if you're training, to shave some time off your PR for a run or just for general performance, you want to improve your lactate threshold. So these sorts of tools, they kind of fit into a very broad swath of the population. And I think that's where we start. Is it allows like the use cases to manifest, and then you can start to chase that. And not to mention, it's really hard to measure hormones.
Well, that gives all the innovators and researchers in the room something to aim for and shoot toward. Time check, do we have time for 2 more questions? 1 more? Okay. Let's see here. Last question that I'm really curious about personally here is, what have you seen as far as understanding of biomarkers that we're sensing and the ability to infer insight about mental health, like spiritual wellness, if you will, but sort of the not the physical side, but the emotional and mental side of wellness?
Yeah, I mean, really interesting. I mean, I wish I could answer that more coherently, but I think right now what we can see is like, we can see stress really effectively just with glucose. Blood sugar response to cortisol is really well understood, but like when you actually go into a stressful meeting and you see your blood sugar skyrocket, like you just ate a milkshake, it's kind of a surprising experience. It's really confirmatory. It's like, okay, I know how this works now. I'm gonna, it enables you to try things like meditative practice and otherwise care about stress in a way that someone like me used to not. And so I think there's that axis. And then if you look at the disease state, like the relationship between, for example, anxiety and depression and diabetes, the correlations are astounding. It's like you're at 200% likelihood of having a severe manic, prescribed sort of medication required depression if you have diabetes. And it's likely because insulin resistance, which is the state where blood sugar can't come out, it doesn't respond to the insulin signal and is not pulled into the cells for energy. It affects the brain as much as it affects the muscles. So what's happening in the brain is probably energy starvation. There are now conversations in medical systems. Again, I'm not an expert here, but that Alzheimer's should be called type 3 diabetes because of the prevalence of insulin resistance in the Alzheimer's state. So you're starting to see mental health conditions that are so closely correlated. It's impossible to ignore, but we don't really talk about it this way. And the reason is that we don't talk about the foundation. We talk about all these symptom sets, like we call it type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. We have these different labels, which is accurate. But ultimately what that is an insulin problem. They should be called completely different things, but they're ultimately metabolic conditions. It's where your body is not producing insulin or is not responding to insulin. And so we need to start thinking about like the root cause problems. I think you're going to see that the brain is not different from the body. And so, what manifests as a mental health concern or a well-being concern is also manifesting in some way with a performance issue. Feeling low energy, feeling irritability, those sorts of things are mental manifestations of the body not being able to produce energy, for example. So yeah, I think these are just like interconnected, and we need a lot of research to deconvolute that. But they're, very interesting questions.
Josh, thank you so much for the conversation and the insight today. It's really a pleasure. And with that, I'll turn it back over to our MC, Nick. So round of applause for Josh, everybody.
Okay, everyone, hey, that was great. Thank you, Josh. For the team, we'll be back in here at 11:30. We'll set for the last panel of the day. Wait. It's live stream, so you'll see it on the AFC YouTube channel if you need to see it again, for sure. Okay, great question. Thanks, Steve. All right, everyone back in here, 11:30 in the seats. I'm pretty serious about it. Here we go. Thank you. down. Let's go ahead and grab our seats. We've got one more panel today, some closing comments, and then we're off to the use cases, which I know you're all excited about. Let's get back. Okay, we're settling a little bit. Thank you. Okay. Hey, so we'll go ahead and get started with our last panel of the day and some closing comments. Excited that you all are hanging in there for today and spending your time, so I really appreciate it. Our last and final topic, evidence-based AI-driven assessments. It's exciting as we often overlook the work that's needed to teach or train our humans. We often go straight to the widget, right, to gain the outcome. Let's see how we can leverage expertise to develop learning matters and understanding where AI realistically could enhance learning. Our moderator here, Dave Bonfili, if you guys want to, you can start to file up here, thank you. CEO of Acme General Corps, which is a professional services boutique focused on bridging the gap between commercial innovation and national security. Dave is also an adjunct faculty member at Columbia University's Graduate School of International and Public Affairs, former nuclear submarine officer, you know, go Army. It's the theme here. Dave previously served as a master instructor in the Department of Social Sciences at the United States Naval Academy and was the principal author of a 2005 study commissioned by the Academy of Institutional Curriculum Reform. More recently, he served as a principal investigator on a study examining the potential for developing low-touch mechanisms for identifying and developing strategic foresight as a core competency. I'm sorry I'm reading all this, Dave, but there's a lot on here. He also chairs the Workforce Development Working Group as part of the Business Executives for National Security Future Industrial Network Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel, Dave, please give them all a round of applause.
Green light, there we go. Okay, well thanks everyone. This is a good example of spending an inverse amount of time on bios relative to qualifications because I'm clearly the least qualified person up here. It's rare that I have imposter syndrome, but this is one of those cases where I feel a little like the fake doctor with the real doctors, which is ironic because two of our panelists are actually real doctors. So with that, by way of quick introductions for everyone, I'd like to welcome Beth Porter. Beth is a pioneer in the field of online teaching and learning. She's the CEO of ESME Learning, and prior to that, also founded Riff Analytics, which was acquired by ESME. Before her time with ESME, she was with edX, and the Open edX Initiative was a program that she launched, serving more than 60 million people around the world. Ulrich Christensen is a pioneer in the field of adaptive learning, data-driven content development, and personalized learning infrastructure. He's the CEO of Area 9 Group, which he founded in 2006, and which has produced more than 1,500 products for adaptive learning, serving millions of people from children through adults. He's also a prior executive with McGraw-Hill and on the board of several companies, including the Technical University of Denmark. And last, we have my old friend, Bror Saxberg. Bror is the founder of Learning Forge, LLC, and prior to that was the vice president for learning sciences at the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. Before that was the chief learning officer at Kaplan, which some of you may have heard of, and also K-12 Group, and prior to that was a consultant with McKinsey. So lots and lots of experience, distinguished group. We're fortunate to have them on the stage today, and I'm happy to be up here with them. I'd like to start maybe by turning to the three of you and having Beth and having Ulrich talk a little bit about what your companies are doing today, some of the impact that you're seeing from that, and to let us know if you are working with the military now, what that sort of looks like, and if you're not, maybe why not? And Bror, when we get to you, maybe if you could talk about that in the context of your time at Kaplan, that would be great. Beth.
Sure. My name is Beth Porter, and the work that we do at ESNE has two components. One, we actually create learning programs using experts as the fuel for really engaging online learning programs. We do only online, and so a lot of what we're sort of investigating and testing and then learning from as we deliver those programs over time is how we can effectively use data to improve those programs continuously. And we do mean continuously. Every single time they run, they have something new in them that we have learned from previous runs. We take data very, very seriously. We're building predictive models around what creates and can sustain a really effective learning program. They're all designed to be taken by people in professional settings and are really aimed at people who are looking at the effect of digital disruption on their industries and on their careers. So that's sort of how we work. The second part of what we do is we have our own proprietary technology that uses a passive data collection methodology to discover how people interact with one another. Dave right now is demonstrating something that we capture, which is nodding. Nodding is really indicative of somebody paying attention to you. When you're in a room and you can make eye contact with somebody like this gentleman right down front, then that's really easy to tell. Oh, I think at least politely they're paying attention to me. Online, no such thing, right? You can't make eye contact. The signals are dampened. And so a lot of what we do is collect the data we can collect in a data minimization way, and I can explain that later, and then reflect that data back to people about what they are doing. How are they interacting with somebody? How much volleying, interruption, all the different kinds of effects in conversation. We use that in conjunction with our learning programs to teach people not only the thing that's in the learning program, but something about themselves, their way of engagement, the way that they team with others, the things that they have as strengths, et cetera, et cetera. So on the soft skills side as well as on the hard literal skills side. So that's what we do. We do work with one branch of the military, the Air Force. We are delivering in January a program on human AI collaboration, and then we're using AI in the class in a human collaborative way, so it's sort of self-referential, and we examine that as one component of how one can collaborate with AIs to learn more about how you work best and how to improve your ways of working in wherever you are.
Thanks. Ulrich.
Thank you. I am Ulrich Christensen. I'm the CEO of Area 9. But what I think David's bio probably didn't clearly indicate was that I come from human factors originally, but it's 25, 27, 8 years ago. And that led to an interest in education and have given an opportunity, because we've been able to do these things at scale for a large part of the run with McGraw-Hill and other large scale players, but has allowed us to go after lately these like really, really expensive problems in education. So building the bridges and the infrastructure of what learning architecture could look like. That's the less sexy part of what we do, but it's probably the biggest problem. So I'll come back to some of the areas where we use it. We are very well known for one thing, which is, for those of you who would have heard of us before, you would have heard about adaptive learning. And adaptive learning is this idea that the time you spend on your own learning, when you're trying to do homework, when you're trying to prepare for something, when you're trying to learn something, and you don't have the opposite end of the spectrum, a personal tutor, a personal teacher, 100% focused on you. And one of my main interests the last 20 years has been, how do you actually make people better learners? How do you speed up learning? How do you make learning last longer? So unconscious incompetence and this aspect of learning, which is, how do you even prioritize that I'm going to tune my brain into something I would like to try to learn? And David is right, we've done this at massive scale. Like, it's hard to go to college in the US without using adaptive learning, which is now built into a lot of the homework systems. But I'm actually primarily interested in like what that opens up the opportunity to do, which is, what if we don't have to spend as much time learning facts and basic understandings, or even skills that we still need to do? I'm not a believer in the fact that we don't need to do algebra anymore. I think we need to do probably more of things to the level of automaticity, or where we can do it without even thinking about it. But we can actually fix that problem, but that's 15 years ago we fixed that. So my main interest now is, and what Area 9 does is, we build like the entire learning infrastructure for all kinds of learning. So whether it's in the field things, whether it's exercises, whether it's surgeons developing surgical skills, or it's the military, different branches of it, where we know that we cannot just learn everything in front of a computer. How do you build an architectural infrastructure and backbone for all these things? And of course, artificial intelligence applies in many places, but as I will come back to later, I'm a little bit more pragmatic after having tried to use it since like the 90s. Like, there are areas where it really works and areas where it does not work so well yet. We do a lot of work in the government and defense space, and one of the larger things is we just won the entire Singapore Defense Force for their future infrastructure. So that's part of what I think is particularly interesting. How do you make structural change? But then there is this small peak, which is, okay, if you really need to learn something that is knowledge-based, that's where we've been playing around for the last 15 years, and close to about 100 million learners by now, and high-volume learners. So that gives us an ability to also do learning science at a different level, where we basically build in A/B testing and other kinds of experiments into, a little bit like you heard initially with Facebook. One of the ways they optimized their algorithms was that they could constantly in live populations try different things. We've done that for years, but it's not classic AI. It's kind of AI.
So, Boris Axberg, and I was the chief learning officer of several large organizations, including Kaplan, which is a worldwide global education and training company with 25, 30 different learning units. But really, since the mid-1990s, I've been a practicing learning engineer. A learning engineer is an odd term. I was that before it existed as a term. But the basic idea of a learning engineer is parallel to a chemical engineer. A chemical engineer is not a chemist, but is somebody who uses chemistry and then lots of other disciplines to do real-world problems at scale, like chemical factories or pharmaceutical factories or brewing facilities or whatever. You don't actually want a chemist to build your large-scale chemical plant, because they're not interested in healthcare and regulations and economics. They don't want to know how to store 1 million gallons of hydrofluoric acid. They want to tinker in a laboratory in a white coat. You want a chemical engineer. And so one of the things that's missing in a lot of our ecosystems, and whether it's military, K through 12, higher ed, workforce, we don't actually have enough learning engineers. I did an article a few years ago for the Chronicle of Higher Education, and I looked up how many chemical engineers there were working in the US. There are approximately 30,000 when you round to the nearest 1,000. And at that time, which was 6 or 7 years ago, there were approximately 0 learning engineers when you rounded to the nearest 1,000. Meaning, people who were actually trained on the learning sciences. There are lots of instructional designers, there's lots of people who create training and so forth, but the notion of grounding it on what we have learned in the last 30 or 40 years about how learning and motivation actually work in human beings, and then using that to guide training and learning development and iteration and so forth, that's new stuff. So I was basically the chief learning engineer for both K-12, Inc., and then Kaplan. And at Kaplan, we built a number of different systems and changed them based on learning engineering. With the military, we did some really interesting projects there. One that I remember especially was, I believe I was working with the Army to figure out, The Army has amazing training programs, but they're often not tied into academic standards and accreditation and all that kind of stuff. So you have these incredibly well-trained people like medical technicians, which is what we looked at Kaplan, who come back to the US and are unemployable, even though they're some of the finest trained med techs on the planet, because they don't have an associate's degree in med tech. And the notion of, and they apparently got nothing. And it's like, well, that's not true. They have everything they need to be a great med tech, except having gone through some bureaucratic certification machine, within a college or university or a community college. So Kaplan worked with the Army, with their virtual university at that time called Kaplan University, and basically found through academic mappings and working with their accreditor that the military training of med techs met every single standard for an associate's degree except the general education standard. So what Kaplan was able to do with its virtual education was allow returning med techs to the US to then take a couple of general education courses on their computers. And when they got back to the US, there they were with an associate's degree in medical technology and could seamlessly then pull into the world of jobs and so forth. And to me, it's an example of how our bureaucracies and attempts to do good by being careful in some ways ends up missing the point, which is, the point is, do you have the skills of a world-class expert? And if you do, let's try to remove those barriers to becoming able to use those in other circumstances. We can talk later about some of those ideas of, well, how do you even know what the skills of a world-class expert are? But hope that helps you in terms of the military.
No, fantastic, thank you. So I want to drill down on something you said about artificial intelligence earlier, Ulrich, but before I do that, Nick, I'm either the first person in history who can't intuitively use an Apple product, or I think the battery's dead on the So you talked about artificial intelligence briefly, and certainly it's something across DoD that a lot of thought has gone into. Sometimes it's the savior for everything. Sometimes it's the bogeyman that we're very concerned about. Based on the vast experience that the three of you have, maybe you could talk a little bit about, in terms of artificial intelligence, what you're seeing that's really impactful and working, and what you're seeing where maybe the hype is more than the actual results. And maybe Ulrich, we can start with you.
Sure. So it's interesting because I think that there is enormous potential also for what we do with different kinds of AI. But when people think about AI in education, they often lean back and say, yeah, we don't need teachers anymore and everything will be easy. We don't need to learn anything anymore. And unless we're really, really stupid, that's not going to be the case. We probably deploy more AI than most out there. We've had quite significant resources to do it, but it's in surprising areas. And I sometimes, to be provocative, say that one of the biggest improvements we've made is that when you're designing something as a learning engineer, trying to build a content item, we can predict how long it will take the user to do it. Boring, right? Boring. But the number one thing that we run out of time with, is time when we try to deploy learning programs. So if you begin at point of authoring, to be able to have a guidance a little bit like, what if I know the early testers were really bad at it, but what if a tester was an order of magnitude off, predicting what your range was? Tester would have had even bigger problems with range anxiety. And the fact that we can use AI to make quite reliable predictions of things like that. Having said that, the biggest breakthrough in the adaptive product was a pseudo kind of AI, but not the kind of AI that often is classified. We just recently got away with, both in the defense space and in the finance space, to get infosecurity to declassify it as not AI. But in plain terms, it's probably AI. It's a computer that is clever, right, and learns. But that's when you make biological algorithms and biological approach to it. So there are different kinds, but this idea that as long as we just get enough data, all problems will be solved has not been the case, and we've looked in many different corners of this problem.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on that. So we've also had this very same experience, which is that we set out to try to discover what we can know using either predictive modeling or some other AI techniques. And what we found is that in the narrow sense, right, narrow versions of AI, we can learn a lot. and we can improve our systems by either making them faster to deliver, more able to give direct insights to learners about themselves. But this is not the AI that says, do this and then do that, and then all your problems are solved. It's nothing like that. And we don't believe that there'll be a future in which that ever is how a learning program is delivered. Instead, it will be a way of saying, like, well, there are certain kinds of activities or events that have a high degree of predictivity around better outcomes or better attitude toward learning, or a better way of working with your colleagues, or some of these other things. And like we just ran a model, and we're now continuously running it because it had such strong results, where we went in wanting to learn exactly what the markers of activity were in our programs that would then lead to somebody being able to perform at the highest level in the program and or to have the highest level of satisfaction in the program. And we expected, because you always have to go in with a hypothesis, that it was going to be about the number of hours spent, because time is typically one of the variables that really has a strong correlation with success and outcomes. No, that wasn't it. I mean, that had some weaker signals. The most impactful variable that we found was the declaration of intent at the beginning of the program. Everybody writes one, we talk about it, we tell people, hey, tell us what you want to do in this program. And we found that the degree to which people's, they all go through in cohorts, so it's a cohort model, they all go through the learning program together. The degree of affinity of those goals, both to each other and to the stated goals of the program, and the literal amount of words that got used to describe their goals, were the highest indicators of whether that person was going to have a good experience and be successful, both as themselves individually as learners and working collaboratively with other people in the program. So that was a surprising result, and also just a really narrow result, and something that we will now continue to work on and improve and discover whether it continues to be true the more and more data we feed into the system.
So when I was in graduate school, dinosaurs roamed the earth. I did my PhD work at the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory at MIT, and those were in the days when Marvin Minsky roamed the halls, right? And that was old AI. That was AI that literally was trying to replicate human reasoning inside computers. And it was a dreadful failure. It did not work. In fact, it led to things like understanding that we can't even get experts to describe their expertise well, much less encode it directly into a computer. So, and what's interesting, in the popular imagination, artificial intelligence is, Skynet and evil bots that are trying to, steal your underwear, or whatever. They have their own hidden goals, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, the new AI is not really artificial intelligence in the sense of, you might say, well, it's trying to become human intelligence. It's like, no, it isn't at all. They are incredibly sophisticated and valuable pattern understanders, matchers, and predictors. The fact that they can be very convincing, like this latest thing that came out in the last week or so, creates the articles and all that. As I was reading about that, I started to laugh, because I have had coworkers who were incredibly glib and persuasive sounding. But if you knew what they were talking about, you realized they were full of nonsense, okay? That they literally did not know what they were talking about, yet, man, on the surface, looked great. And even their performances were convincing, but they actually knew nothing about what they were saying. And so that's the risk of being taken in by the surface glibness of these things. Now, in an artistic area, it is the surface. You want to be amazed by the art or the image or the fiction or the story, and you don't even care who the author was or where they came from. It's just like, that's great. But if you're looking at a diagnosis of a disease, or you're trying to understand, what should my next $10 million experiment be? I don't want it to be one of my coworkers who has no idea what he's doing, but sure sounds great. I actually want to have an explanation, please. Where did this come from? And there are some threads of AI that are trying to come up with explanatory AI. Yeah. It's a lot harder to do, where you're simultaneously creating reasoning models as well as the big data work and so forth. But an awful lot of the most impressive looking AI right now is just statistical. So to me, that doesn't mean it's valueless. It means it has to be joined at the hip with people.
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
becomes a key aid for folks and has to be cross-checked, right? It could be, if I had somebody that was an AI that was much more glib than I am, I'd make my dot points, throw it to the AI would write my 500 words, then I'd read it and edit it, and then I'd submit it. I'd feel like, man, I love this world. I didn't have to write the 500 words. But I did actually edit it and remove the stuff that's complete garbage because he got it from, I don't know, a science fiction novel that he just incorporated the text from because it looked like the next best words to use in that context. So that relationship between people and these increasingly sophisticated machines, I think, is critical and highly valuable, but not to be deceived by the apparent glibness of what these things are producing. You've got to go under the hood.
So maybe if I should leave you with one thing that is really important, it is that there is some peak performance out there that is absolutely astounding. Like when you see, even on the explanatory side of things, how many of you have heard about GPT-3? Raise your hand. Yeah. So a couple of years ago, when you asked the same question, even to top CEOs of tech companies, the answer was 0. GPT-3 was a breakthrough. Why? Because it proved the scaling hypothesis, that it actually mattered to scale these things of this specific kind even more. So when you see these things and you can see a toaster writing a love letter to its owner, or that even like more useful, that it can answer a really sophisticated multiple choice question that I asked. I was doing a keynote at Harvard Medical School about AI, and I asked these top physicians whether they could answer it. They were a little bit in doubt about the answer, and they definitely couldn't answer why. GPT-3 answered why, and had never been trained on it. So these kind of things could lead us to an inclination to think it can solve all problems in the world. How many of you are familiar with the problem about walking into a foreign home and making a cup of coffee? Raise your hand. Have you heard about this in this context? We're not going to get AI to do that anytime soon. That's pretty nuts, right? That to train an AI to give you the recommendations for the next steps, from opening the door, going through that, and eventually ending up with a cup of coffee, is quite far out into the future. So just to give you the extremes, like in one end, you can get it to answer a really sophisticated problem, or completely useless, writing a love letter from a toaster to its owner. Or the other end, we cannot solve that, which means we need to figure out the biggest challenge we all have, if we're involved in this, is to figure out when do we use which tool in the toolbox. How do we identify the problems that can be solved with this? Because from Boris and my old world, that calling us real physicians is probably stretching it a little bit, as I don't think any of us have ever earned a paycheck being MDs. But in that old world, I've heard that if you use antibiotics for viruses, it doesn't go so well. And there are also other substances you shouldn't use for that. But this thing, like figuring out, we need to find the right diagnosis to be able to treat it. I think that is critical, and that's where a much bigger problem with AI than some of the doomsday hypotheses that they lie in being able to find the problems that can be used. It can be used for.
So if I could maybe look at an adjacent area, when you think about AI, when you think about evidence-based learning in general, obviously the underlying data is a key part of that. One of the topics that has come up in prior panels, going all the way back to the opening keynote where Doug Beck was here from Apple and talked about their approach to data and data privacy, was the need to have trust, the need to have privacy and regimes around that. And so I'm curious, based on the experiences that the three of you have had, how you think about trust, how you think about data privacy, and how you think about then balancing that with the need to have access to broad data sets to drive research and inferences.
Yeah, I'd love to pick up on what Mark Gray was talking about in the earlier panel, because he really emphasized this need for data that is intended to go back to the person about whom it was collected, and that is a key tenet of what we do in our organization. Even though we have coaches and tutors and things that use data to help drive better outcomes, and you need to make sure that they feel supported, but even within that general framework, the really minute, really carefully constructed personal data about you is something that you get. We give aggregates back to our coaches. We, collect that data in order to build insights. We use the data in lots of different ways, but first and foremost, anything that's personal, private, very, very specialized to you and your behaviors and the way that you operate in the context of this learning program, that goes back to you. The other thing that we do, and as I think all of us have a little bit of MIT pedigree in the way back, They sort of stamp it. You get like a virtual tattoo when you leave MIT that you should be concerned about privacy. It's like the most important. You learn literally nothing else leaving MIT. You better have a privacy mindset. So we think about that a lot, and not just in the ways that we give the data and insights back to people, but also in the way that we collect data. So we take the smallest amount of data we possibly can to still be able to generate insights. So if you look at big platform companies, they basically just say, no, 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 it's a land grab. We're going to take absolutely everything we can possibly take. We're going to house it all. We're going to hold on to it forever. You can never know what it is that we all know about you, and we're never going to give it back. And we just don't believe that that is a way forward, particularly in private domains, particularly in sensitive areas, whether you're talking about mental health or education or healthcare. Really everything feels private now, and something that needs to be protected. So for us, it's just like fundamental. And we get fought against about that, actually. So we have some companies that say, but we just want it. And I'm like, well, you just can't have it. So, we have to really learn. We have to socialize it with them and teach them about privacy techniques and why it's so important to preserve this as a tenet of how people operate. I don't know if you want to add to that. But.
Sure. I think the interesting thing is this is not a new problem in education. Even before AI and the modern talks about data privacy, it was already a problem. Because if you actually want to have a system where built into it, you want to encourage people to fail, or at least experiment. And you don't not necessarily, and this was a very prevalent problem we had at McGraw-Hill. We had about 5.5, 6 million US college students using these platforms every semester. We received 1,100 student submissions per second at my peak. So it was like, we're not Facebook size, but it was like we were beginning to get there, right? So we had to deal with it. But the number one thing they were worried about is, will you promise me that you're not going to show what I did last semester to the teacher in the next semester? So actually building systems that were not dependent upon that was really critical for success. And the thing here is, there are very, very few things, except for the first 50 or 100 learners you look at in a given area, you don't learn that much from training these systems on more. So, and that's because it's not classic AI, because we have not solved the problem of very small training data sets, then we would not be in education. But the fundamental challenge there is, like in education, you have to be willing to not have the total environment under control. And that's what some old school archaic thinking is around land grabs of data, as you mentioned. Like, it's not necessary. Having said that, there are many other reasons for doing it. And the first one is, if you can avoid, from my perspective, to be classified as high criticality software and with a high risk software when you work for a bank like Citigroup or you work for a defense agency, you really don't want to be in that category. The same way as we don't take people's money, we let everybody else do it and tell us that, okay, you can open up the code. I don't want to touch your money because that suddenly makes me an attack vector for somebody with bad intentions. So there's so many reasons for doing this, apart from the most important one, which is it's just the wrong thing to do. It's not necessary. And if it isn't necessary, let's not do it.
So I'll take a complementary perspective. Years ago, there was a conference at the conference center out in Northern California called the Silomar, sponsored by Stanford and Ithaca, which is a kind of an education consulting firm. And it was about the responsible use of data. Their focus was on higher education, but it was about more than that. And one of the interesting outcomes of the conversations there was a recognition that there really is an ethical tension. There's two poles of ethics involved here, and we can't forget this. One pole is the privacy pole. And if you move all the way there, you say, no, everybody gets to delete their data every millisecond. Or maybe the default setting on all data collection is deletion, right? That's the ethical thing to do. But the other side of it is, especially now that we have these incredible prediction engines and AI and other things, but even this has been true for years, what are we losing in terms of patterns and hypotheses for how we could make things better for everybody? So if we deleted electronic medical records and never allowed anyone to use it, you would not now be able to mine them, as people have begun to do, to look for patterns over 20 years of use of drugs and long-term consequences, right? So there is an ethical tension because you really want to improve learning or health or whatever it is, and to say, oh, we can't do that, that is an ethical question that's there. So these things are in tension. So I think one of the ways to resolve that is what you guys are both saying is to be clear, well, what is the question that you're going to act on based on the evidence you're collecting? So the notion of vacuuming up everything is pushing maybe too far to that right-hand side, and you're losing the left-hand side. But if you have a question or a hypothesis that you can tell is ethically and otherwise really valuable, now you have a reason to collect the data, and then you need to do it in the most secure way possible and do analytics in the most secure way possible. There's some actual technical innovations. There's a guy who used to be at DARPA named Wade Shen, who's helped to start a little company. I'm trying to remember the name of it, I can't. What it does is it takes in multiple data sets through an encryption wall and puts them into the center of this encrypted container. And then the analytics are all done inside the encrypted container. So all the longitudinal connections and all those patterns and all that are done. And then finally, you anonymize the results. So the only thing that comes back out through the encryption wall are patterns based on categories of, context or characteristics of people or learners or whatever it is. And you don't report anything that has too small an n size in terms of its cell size, in terms of the number of users. And that way, the idea is you can get more benefit for the ethics of seeing the patterns over long term, but you're also preserving the privacy of the individuals involved. And you've secured all the analytics, so you can get a really strong sense that both the data is secure, but also that the analytics were done correctly. I think there's things to be done along these lines that allow us to get more of the benefits on both sides of this ethical tension.
So I think the important thing is to distinguish between personally identifiable data and the data you can use en masse like that, because healthcare has shown, and biomedical research have shown how to do that. Like the big population genetic studies have shown that you can do that totally safely. It's interesting because the institutional review boards still have an issue when somebody comes by with a modern chip, they're called, where you can check for millions of mutations at the same time. And they're saying, no, but if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, this is not science. And my wife is one of the leading researchers in the world in this field, and she'll be like, last time I checked, it is really science. This is where most of the big publications come from. So how do we have this tension? But I do think that the simple thing there is solved with, you give the individuals the comfort that they can every time, like the modern GDPR rules in Europe, for instance, that you can, at any given time, you can withdraw your consent. Like that removes 99% of the tension. It also makes it 10 times harder to make the software work. Like just so to speak, like why is everything running slower now than it did 10 years ago? For that reason. Like, and we have much more computer power. But on the other hand, we are very, very careful that if it's personally identifiable, it's the minimal impact. You look at the minimal amount necessary to accomplish your goal, because it's a risk.
We've actually moved toward really a strong commitment to scraping data in real time and only taking really metadata away from any live events, and never storing vocal record, never storing textual data that is a reconstruction of what happens. We only take the bits that we need, and then we discard everything that could be sensitive or could be replayed or could violate somebody's privacy in that way. And that really saves us not only on storage, by the way, but also allows us to, really just take what we need and not more.
So we're running a little low on time, and we've got some audience questions now that we've fixed the iPad that I broke. So I want to hit a couple of them relatively quickly. So first question here from one of our guests from ARL. What do you see as the role of a lot of the granular wearable data collection efforts that we've heard about in terms of the learning platforms and being an input into that? And Beth, we talked about this a little. So maybe.
We did, yeah. No, I mean, one of the things that so early days, what we did to try to understand and examine how people interact is we actually had them wear things. And then we quickly realized we really didn't want to be a hardware company at all, and that was hard and also made people really uncomfortable. This was several years ago, and so I think people's comfort level with wearables has, certainly increased. But one of the things that we could really see ourselves benefiting from, particularly as we're examining the way that people collaborate, how they interact, leadership development experiences or teaming experiences, is if we had biometric data, we would be able to know that next thing about whether somebody is feeling anxiety because they're in an interaction with somebody, they're feeling like there's power differential that they can't confront or get over, whether they feel like they can be in a collaborative relationship with somebody else. We can infer a lot of those things just based on the vocal record and by sentiment analysis, but biometric data would, again, give us that next level of sort of granularity about what we can know and what we could give people back about themselves in that sort of, sort of self-measurement sense. And so we would love it, but we don't do it now.
I think I spent too many years of my life looking at heart rate variability and eye trackers and things like that to still believe that there is a cost benefit that can be justified. I think there are huge things that we're not doing, like that we're currently not doing, that we could be doing instead, where you get a lot more learning impact. And I think that it's always sexy to say to investors and bosses and generals that you're working on this piece of hardware. But I actually think that the big advantages and the big advances will be found in much more down-to-earth things with a bigger impact.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of research in the education space around using wearables, or even the funnest one I think of is a rear end sensor that you put on the chair for kids, and you can measure how wiggly they are. And it actually correlates well with things like focus and stuff like that, although not for a kid like me, because I'm always wiggly, so it would never work for me. But anyway, there's a lot of this work. And I do think the problem is exactly what Ulrich said, is the cost benefit hasn't quite played out. Yeah. But there are these rich alternate streams, especially for a learner's affective state. And that turns out to be an incredibly important thing to have evidence about. What is your motivation state? Yeah. Not just what is your cognitive state? Are you having difficulty and working hard and so forth, but it's really, are you starting, persisting, and putting in mental effort? And then if not, why not? And so having more information about that is actually really critical for learning and learners. And so cost benefit we'll have to see, but there may be other ways to do it. There's work on clickstream analysis where you can actually get affective information by patterns of keystrokes, amazingly enough. And that's been done through research means for the last 10 years or so.
The biggest breakthrough we've ever made, which most of the industry is plagiarizing now, is just ask people how confident they are about the answer.
Oh, totally.
Like you're talking about a huge problem that you want to get feeling of knowing, which is translated for how experts are learning. So if you can teach people how to do deliberate practice through just asking them a self-rated thing, and if you do it 1,000 times, you eliminate the small error on each rating, and things like that cost absolutely nothing to do. Yeah. So if you have things like that out there, I would personally invest the money in finding those, because it was invented exactly the same time we used eye trackers, and we were trying to use keystroke variability, and we did all sorts of stuff. I worked on a company with a guy who made the thing you put on the head of patients in the OR to measure anesthetic depth. And it was a pretty nice idea to think that if you have kids with ADHD or something, and you make a computer game and you change the difficulty of the computer game based on something similar. But when we started looking at the data, most of all looks like a random number generator. and it's the same guy who made the one that actually worked in medicine. So I think we just need to be careful that measuring how deeply anesthetized are you is apparently a much simpler problem than it is to figure out how we make it impact in education.
Well, I do want to pick up and say, we use surveys all the time, actually, and I know it seems like such low, like whatever tech, but honestly, we get so much valuable information out of just the delta between what somebody says is true about themselves, how they self-report, and what's actually happening, and really doing that comparative analysis all the time to help then adjust their expectations or their supports or how the pace at which we give them things and all that stuff. And that those surveys are like sort of a little bit constant and almost a little bit exhausting. So that's another thing we have to keep, refining over time, but they're really important.
So I think we have time for one last question. I'm going to hack this a little bit by actually asking two questions at once, which you can sort of answer in turn. So the two questions are this. The first is, we've heard at a couple of different panels now about the importance of culture when we're looking at technology and deploying it effectively. And so in the context of learning and assessments and adaptive systems. You've all had the chance to work with a lot of different organizations as clients. I'm curious about your observations based on what makes those organizations good clients from a cultural perspective. Sort of the first question. The second question I'll just lump in with that for you to answer is, as you look out across the horizon into the near-term future in the space of learning and assessments and training and education, what is it that you're most excited about that's sort of over the horizon but near enough that we could expect to see it soon? So, Roy, I'm going to start with you.
I'm happy to start. I'll kind of fold those together because they're quite related. To me, what's in some ways what's really exciting about this is that the good news and the bad news are the same thing. That we have not actually fired the big guns of what we know about human learning, human motivation, human identity at training and learning at scale in any of the ecosystems we have, which means we haven't begun to take advantage of what those things can do once you start to individualize based on what is in long-term memory, what are people's motivations, and that kind of thing. And the science says almost everyone with the right practice and feedback environment, starting from where they are, can actually achieve very world-class performance. Now, most folks will think that's not true, but the science is quite clear. The science also, there's some work at Carnegie Mellon on this, the science also says if you have to start much earlier, you may need a lot more practice and feedback to reach that expert level, but you can actually reach that expert level. That learning rates in a well-designed learning environment are actually constant. And so it's just simply where did you start and then making sure you get enough cycles of practice and feedback. So this to me says, what we really need to be thinking about is how do we manage the passions and motivations of our learners, whether they are kids or whether they are adults. And that's where you get to the culture, which is how do you recognize and reward and get people to describe what they really want to decide and do, because that's going to give you the fuel for the practice and feedback that's needed. So cultures that listen and try to move people to where they passionately want to go, as well as being open and curious about these new approaches grounded in learning science, those are the kind of cultures that are going to make amazing changes, not just to their employees, but actually to the value they add as a whole as they figure out what do our top performers actually decide and do, not what's in the textbook, but what they actually decide and do, and then turn that into these evidence-based learning environments for learners who really want to do the practice and feedback.
I'll pick up on what you just said actually because it's very related. So you asked about like what companies really help us be successful with them. And really the bottom line is any company that's willing to take a small approach, experiment with us on something, and then learn from it together, and then do the next thing and the next thing, those are the ones where we have by far the most success trying to cultivate the partnership. Because it's a partnership. If you're trying to experiment on new things, you're trying to get them to think differently about how they solve problems, to get them to work with you is the most successful thing that you can do. And so their willingness to work side by side, know that you don't know all the things, neither one of you, and be willing to work collaboratively on it, that's like the most important quality. And there's lots of other sub-qualities, but that's one of the key ones. And so I'll give an example. One of the things I'm excited about is game-based learning. And that's very gets thrown out there all the time. But what we mean by game-based learning is collaborative. So that's teams working in an immersive environment that does have some element of fantasy or creativity or expressive problem solving, something like that. We're not trying to, for example, do replicated environments. Here's the panel that you would see if you're in a sub or something like that. We're trying to give people the experience of working together on problems they've never encountered before and seeing what that feels like when they can be successful together moving through various levels of a challenge. And so those kinds of games for us really are the way that we can evolve learning from something that feels mostly like something you do all by yourself to something that really absolutely 100% relies upon you being successful with others. And so we see a really interesting avenue there, and we're doing an experiment with a big consultancy right now in that very space. So we're super excited about that.
I think that the the biggest culture difference we see right now, which is the difference between what is really exciting and what is not, is like in some ways education and modern learning is where genetics was in the 70s. There's probably just as much potential ahead. But the difference is in education, a large part of the culture we encounter are like, yeah, we're doing pretty good. Let's just do a couple of percent optimization. What if my genetics analogy is right? We may have an order of magnitude improvement ahead of us. And then it's the wrong attitude to this if we have that potential in front of us. And the other problem is people sometimes have a sense that we can, as long as we do enough small experiments, we can solve this. But do anybody think we can build an F-35 by small experiments combined? Not gonna work. Or build a giant bridge connecting Denmark and Sweden or something. So there are probably problems otherwise in engineering, other places in engineering, that requires a different approach. So to give you that you leave with a very tangible thing that we use is we rate all collaborations on whether people are crack. And I've been told a million times I can't say this, particularly not in regulated environments, but I'll do it anyway. CRACK stands for collaborative, representative, authorized, committed, and knowledgeable. And then you could say, but that's so simple, but this is usually where it fails. And very rarely you find somebody who scores high on all 5 parameters. And part of that is that if that aspect of agility that is needed if you're in new territory, meaning you're looking for a 10x improvement rather than a 2% improvement, it's an immediate imperative that you have to have an agile approach. And those are the ones that I'm most excited about. When a giant financial institution like Citigroup comes and says, we want to change the attitude for 230,000 employees. We want to change everything in terms of everything that is high value for us, and we know we need to swallow some camels on the way, meaning like we need to do something radically different, right, and kill some of our darlings. So I think those are the projects I'm most excited about. The ones where the people both respect that they put 100 people on it. Like they had 100 internal people on the project team, and there are some attitudes there. And then there are others, including a couple of prominent universities, where like, if my assistant can't do this in 2 weeks, like your technology is not good enough. That culture is not nearly as interesting, right?
Well, like all of the panels at this conference so far, I think we could go on for a couple more hours with these guests. Unfortunately, we don't have it, and Nick is giving me the virtual hook. So if you will join me in congratulating them all for joining us today.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. That was a fantastic panel. Thanks for the time. And we'll go ahead and reset here very briefly. We're not getting up from our seats, except for y'all. Thank you very much. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, everyone. Just as a final closeout here, I know we're running a little long, and we're going to go right into lunch and then back to use cases, so hang in there. We're going to close out Lieutenant General Thomas Todd. He's going to get mic'd up here, and then we're going to go ahead and bring him up to just have some final thoughts. Thank you to the team for everyone that contributed today and yesterday to really what I think we all consider like a very important category to solve here. So Lieutenant General Todd is the Deputy Commanding General for Army Futures Command. He's also the Director of Acquisition and Systems, which is a little complicated. Originally an aviator, he possesses an extensive background in aviation acquisition, and he's previously served as the Program Executive Officer for Aviation for the Army and Deputy Commanding General of Combat Capabilities Development Command and the Senior Commander at Natick Soldier Systems Center in previous positions. He's our Chief Innovation Officer and overall responsible for technology integration and capabilities development in the Army's research laboratories and centers. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant General Tom Todd.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? All right, so go Army. Be Navy, right? I know there's probably some adversaries in here right now. So has this been useful? Hopefully so. I noticed this is our second Vertex. I think you're slightly more extroverted than the energy group that we had here last time, because it was great to hear you all talking and collaborating and getting along. The energy group was lacking the energy that you have. So anyway, thanks for coming. You know, I got to be honest with you. It's always a pleasure for me to get to come down here, and I often forget. So I'll go ahead and thank Army Applications Lab, and 75th Innovation Command for putting this on. So let's go ahead and give them a round of applause. And a special thanks to the Capitol Factory as well. Who here is government employees, if you would? Okay. Who here is not a government employee? Fantastic. Wow. That's about evenly split. Great. All government employees, please stay behind for counseling after this. No, I really like to see the collaboration and human performance. What is human performance to us? I hope you've heard some of that. I hope we've cleared up some of that. It is everything from, health, medical, performance on the battlefield, right? The ability to train better. We just heard some of that. But I'd offer one of the main goals that we have in Army Futures Command is to put the Army in a space that we have not been in before, and that is architecting the future. One of the missions that the Secretary gave Army Futures Command was to be the architect of the future operating environment. That's our lead mission and directive from Secretary Wormuth. It is also to integrate inside the world of what the threat will be, what concepts are, and what technology could be. So wouldn't it have been great throughout my career to have had something like this where we could get after what's next? Because almost always, the way we got after what's next was a requirement. And as much as we all love requirements, and I do because it turns on, a signed requirement inside of DoD turns on a lot of things. First and foremost, resources. At the same time, we can do things in advance of that. We can do things in the world of concepts in advance of a requirement. We can do modeling and simulation, but we can also do much more than that. We can actually do experimentation, verification, validation. And so if we have a goal, we just awarded, I'll go back to my aviation background. I'm very proud of the fact we just awarded one of the future vertical lift competitors, future long-range assault aircraft. And being a Black Hawk pilot, I care about that because it is the Black Hawk replacement. That started in concepts in S&T. So people say things don't cross the valley of death. That is something that crossed the valley of death. As a matter of fact, it's probably one of, if not the largest award the Army's ever made. Potential upwards of $70 billion. Quite significant. And who knows, given that the Black Hawk community had 28 foreign customers as well, where else that will go with our coalition and allies. So hugely important. But that started in the world of concepts. That started when a group of folks got together and said, what's next? What could we do next? Well, I would argue human performance, while it's extremely diverse, the goals that we all have, it has the potential to be game-changing. Right? It has the potential to be game-changing everywhere from at the tactical edge, forward edge of the battlefield, all the way back to the, let's say, God forbid, the medical edge, all the way back to home station training, all the way back to recruiting in a session into the military. And oh, by the way, how about in November, it's been a big month for my family. I have 2 new grandchildren. So how about my grandchildren, right? You know, they're not even a month old. And I already think about, how can we help them learn in a way that they never afforded us, right? And it's quite exciting. It's an exciting time. For the Army in particular, as we look to ingest what we learned out of this, and trust me, the 3 DCGs and the EDCG, who hopefully you saw at the opening remarks, Sue Goodyear, we will be meeting after this to see how to make something of it, right? Because this doesn't belong just in one CFT, cross-functional team. This doesn't belong in just one CDID, Capability Development Directorate. This doesn't belong in one lab. This doesn't belong just in one place. But our mission, if we are to architect something and make something of it, it is for what we consider the most important platform on the battlefield, and that is our sons and daughters. Right? that volunteer to serve in really hard places, in really austere conditions, right? So whether we put something together out of this for just behavioral health, for example, right? How do we help soldiers inside our Army stay healthy and reduce, God forbid, suicide rates? How do we help them be more fit, which TRADOC is working on right now, right, at the beginning of basic training? How do we develop cognitive skills to handle human-machine teams, right? This isn't about your next cyber expert, although that's important. This isn't about any specific one skill. This is about the ultimate team effort. And I won't call it a sport because what we do is so much more than a sport, right, in the Army. Right? When you're dealing in the world of life or limb, it's not a sport. Consequences are too great. So, but it is, and the Army believes in this. Is one of the reasons I'm in the Army, because it was all centered around the human being from the beginning. Right? We don't man equipment. We equip the man or the woman. That's what we do. We equip them to accomplish their mission, come home safely. Right? And oh, by the way, sign up to do it again, which is a really hard thing to do in our business. So this whole idea of teaming is everything. It's central to what we do. So whatever you do, no matter what field you're in, no matter what expertise you have, please think about who's on your left, who's on your right to create the ultimate teaming application of human performance for us. Because we're not going to be, I can tell you, we're not going to be just in the space of human performance for measuring the health of an individual soldier as they're at 14,000 feet, right, with a very large pack on their back, expected to perform if engaging the enemy. We're not just going to do that. That's hugely important. But we're also going to measure, whether or not there's any issues in training along the way. We're also going to measure health and rest and sleep. Right? So yes, performance is important. And I was worried, and it sounds like it did not turn into a big kinesiology study. And so I'm really excited to see where you took it, because it can't be there. We've done enough about the Army APFT. Okay, we know really the physical attributes that we need. What I don't have a grasp on right now is for the future Army. If we were to architect the future Army, and that involves machine-on-machine environments, human-machine environments, right? Then what are the requisite skills necessary for that in the future? How do I develop it? How do I recruit it? How do I train it? How do I then execute it in a way that, quite frankly, none of us have thought about yet? I'm sure some of that involves wearables, undoubtedly, right? The ability to sense is everything. It's your eyes, right? So sensing for us on the battlefield is big. Sensing the condition of our soldiers and where they are and what they're doing. But perhaps more importantly, the ultimate team of teams is then how do leaders make decisions off of that? So we talked, and what a great panel before this. I almost hesitated to get up after him because I'm intimidated. It's really important that we protect personal information still for troops. People think troops sign up for everything and give away all their rights. That's not the case. We do protect soldiers' medical information. But at the same time, there are things that we'll be able to read off of that, and they'll volunteer to give us that. We've seen that. We know that there are examples where they will do that. If we miss on this, right? If we fail to come together, and I would argue we have had instances of successes, but we have almost failed to come together collectively and to see what could be in a tranche one capability. Right? So that's my goal out of this. What I hope is that this isn't just a one-time event, that it's something that AFC puts its arms around and says, look, we're going to lead this for the Army. There are a lot of folks that are interested in this. The G1 of the Army, personnel folks are interested in this. Sergeant Major of the Army, the very person charged with taking care of our soldiers, right? And the health of our soldiers. Commanders in the Army, right? There's all kinds of folks in the technical world inside the Army that are interested in what we can do better to help make sure that we understand how to make the most valuable platform that this nation has, which is our sons and daughters, really everything they can be. And I'm not convinced, when I was the senior commander at Natick, we had fantastic labs there. We still do. Doug Tamilio and I were just meeting yesterday. I don't know if Doug's here still today, but the things I learned at Natick just about human performance changed the way I think about the soldier. The fact that you can rebuild muscle tissue quicker, right, just by essential natural elements in your diet, right? So this whole idea of we used to call it up there at least skin in and skin out, right? The idea of skin in kind of made me nervous, to be quite frank. I don't know if it does you, but we actually have soldiers that volunteer to put stuff in themselves. That's how we ended up with pizza as an MRE. Everybody wanted pizza. The question was, how do you make it safely, right? Where it doesn't sit on the shelf and then cause terrible things. But we have the research, the core research ongoing to really create soldiers that are able to sustain themselves, to accomplish things on the battlefield, and for us then to manage tactically so that we have the optimal capability at the forward edge. Help us a little bit in areas that we're not thinking. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about areas we are thinking about. But what I would tell you is we have great, I'll just go back to what I know, right, Army Aviation, we have great human factors engineers, right? They can tell me if I have to lean forward in the seat to touch a button or if I can reach it without. They can tell me if I have to look down and be heads in versus heads out. And these are important things to us for safety. What I don't know is how best, and I learned from this panel we just listened to, how best should we have soldiers interact with computer systems of the future, irrespective of where they are. Because at the end of the day, I still get up. The only difference is, hey Josh, I stand at my computer. That's the only difference now between really DOS for me. I hate to say it, but I still have to type at the rate of my typing, right? I still have to read at the rate of my reading. And it's, I'm from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, so it's a little slow. So I don't think we've figured out how to interact with computers well still. I don't. And I give you another example. I'm a Black Hawk and a Chinook pilot by trade. We took the Black Hawk and the Chinook from analog to digital. We thought 4 screens in a Black Hawk wasn't enough, so we put 5 in a Chinook. And to be fair, I've almost had a lot of accidents because of all those screens. Because the amount of data now that's behind that display, the number of pages I have to sift through, even if a human factors engineer says no more than 3, right, touches, right? You should be able to execute any command with inside 3 touches. That's not enough. That's not good enough. That is not good enough on the future battlefield. Here's the reason why. For Army Aviation, 1,500 feet and below is where we fly, generally 0 feet, right? It was not uncommon that, you come back with leaves in your skids back when I was learning. And you can't afford to make a mistake, right? I'm not at 1,000 feet. I'm not at 10,000 feet where I have that luxury. When we brought about the digital age, what did? We said, okay, give them altitude hold. So they at least have a guaranteed fixed altitude. That works perfectly fine in a fairly flat, predictable world. It does not work in the real world, right? Where at 0 feet, terrain elevation changes, every second. So are 4 screens the right answer for me as a cockpit, as a pilot in a Black Hawk? Probably not. But I have nobody proposing to me how to work with a computer and run the aircraft at the same time. We often say, isn't it easy to fly the aircraft? You're actually just managing the mission. You're exactly right. So we've made it where it's easy to fly the aircraft. But we've made managing the mission exponentially harder because there's so much information. The cognitive loading that occurs inside that cockpit, 2 pilots can't do it. I'll give you another example. We decided, wouldn't it be great if you could fly a UAS from inside the cockpit? I don't know why, but somebody said, hey, you're a pilot, you fly the UAS that's flying next to you. That's a great idea. And I went, okay. So we launched out on this requirements document that somebody wrote, right? Would be really great to do. We did it in modeling and sim, it worked. Spit it out. We didn't validate in an experiment. We didn't verify, validate. So we went straight to build. When we got done with the test, at the end of the day, hey guys, you know what? That's a little too hard. 4 screens, UAVs doing its thing, got munitions on it, kind of lethal, kind of dangerous, could really kill somebody. Shouldn't we just have it be an automated wingman? Where you as a pilot fly and it's always, it's your 8 o'clock, over here, about 100 meters from you, and it's just going to shadow you and be on mission doing certain predictable things that AI should be doing. And the answer is yes. We spent a lot of money, right, figuring that out, that we could have predicted, right, if we'd have been in this concept world, this working together early world, right, this modeling and sim all the way into experimentation world. So I'll finish with this. Partner with us with experimentation, please. Right? Some of that may involve you just coming. We providing you the test range and the access to soldiers. We might not have money we can give you, but we might have access to soldiers we can give you. Some of it might be we enter into a contract relationship with you. That'd be fine too. Some of it might mean we move on into a bigger contract relationship and a fielding of a capability. But the whole purpose for us in Army Futures Command is to design that future, right? And in the human performance realm, we can't afford to make mistakes in field systems, number one, that aren't of use anymore. But number two, and perhaps most important actually, is aren't safe for the soldier to use. Those are just little anecdotes. I hope, if nothing more, it brings you back to this is really of interest to us. Army Futures Command, AAL, is open for business when it comes to human factors, right? Human performance, anything human-machine teaming, anything that we can do together. Again, I'm not promising the world. What I am promising is to try and put this together in a way that hopefully we speak back to you. We say we heard you, and here's really what we're interested in. And then I hope you got something out of this today and this week with each other. Hope you collaborated with each other. Hopefully it wasn't the same old folks just collaborating together that you already knew. Hopefully you met some new people and some new faces. And we look forward to doing this again. I hope everybody has a great holiday season, and thanks for coming. Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, good job. Okay. All right, we're running into lunch here, and I want to be respectful of the fact that people want to hustle back to the use cases. I know you're very excited about doing those things. The last piece that we're going to do today is the use cases. So here's what I'd offer. Just a couple of quick closing comments before we head out of here, okay? Be on the lookout, like I said earlier today, be on the lookout for correspondence from the Vertex team. We plan to communicate appropriately. Like I said, if you give us a little bit of a grace period to do the right kind of analysis, because there's a lot of information in the last kind of 48 hours that still to come here that we're going to have to process through, that we're leaning really hard on all of our labs and centers and our concepts folks that General Todd was referencing to help us do that right analysis and give the right message back to the folks that participated today. And by the way, like, AAL is very small. There are like 30 or 40 different organizations that put this together in terms of the content, the use case, the problem sets, the facilitators, and they also are open for business. And we will make sure that we get you to the right folks when you're asking. Happy to do that. But a lot of contributors to make sure that one, the experience was good, and two, the information was valuable. The discussions were valuable today. So if you see them, they definitely contributed. Just really excited about what we're seeing today and yesterday. I really hope we carry that into the use cases today, and then really the hard work starts after. So again, thank you for your time and your effort over the last couple days. Like, it costs something to be here, and we appreciate that. And we really want to make it valuable for you on the back end and deliver that promise. So again, thanks very much. Have a good lunch. I'll be around here. You're welcome to hit me up with questions, or other people. There's lots of people here to talk to. And we'll see you at the use cases. Have a great day, folks. Thanks.